Hello everybody. Hi Pixels. Hi Miss Positive. Hi Mew. Sorry for the delay. My icons got fucked and then my audio didn't work. So there's that. But I think we're good now. I think we're pogging now. Should be good. Should be good. Should be good. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we're good. Yeah, I was like, why is it not working? Because like I know the icons got fucked up because I updated my graphics card and it was like, ew. And I was like, oh no. But it should be good now. Hello, werewolf. And, then, IDK, where else? A post for help. Well, feel free, if you want, I can share the link around in my Discord. I can also repost. Hold on, let me see if I can get to you on the socials and I can try to repost myself. Yeah, if you want to send me the link, I can post it. You can repost it. Or I can post it into Discord. Either way, I can happy help. Link. All I'm able to send is my Cash App. Oh, I see. I was thinking that you had like a, hey, if you're, I've seen some people do this, when they're kind of short on rent, they're like, they kind of post, be like, hey, if anybody is willing to like help me out with rent, I'd super appreciate it, and they do like a post about it, and then, they'll like have their like Cash App or Venmo or PayPal link or Ko-fi link in the in the post, or if you're doing it on Twitter, in the comments of the post. So that way Twitter doesn't nuke the post. Sorry. But if you did that, like, I could happily, repost it around. Happily. I need to see my match for the day. I actually don't think we'll have D&D today because my DM is going to, I don't know how to do anything like that. Let me see if I can find an example. Let me see. Let me just boop. If you're also able to stream, you could do like a subathon or a donathon to help with rent. I'm trying to see if anybody had, like, I've seen a few people, maybe they remove their post after it's like over, but I know that there's some people that, I'm sorry, I only meant to keep you in the loop. I didn't mean, oh no, you're totally good. You are totally good. I just wish to help if I can. But yeah, you know, you can do things like that. I'm sorry, I can't seem to find an example post, but yeah. Yeah. Anything like that, if that helps, like, you know, you can do things like that. I forgot what I'm looking for. Video producer, there we go. But yeah, if anything like that helps, you know, you could do things like that. My brain is still waking up because I started my day like super slowly. I like woke up and then I stayed in bed for a little while watching TikToks. I do stream. I'll see what I can do. Maybe create a link thingy. Yeah. Anything like that, you know, get the word out. Can't you say I took away the 5? Okay, today we gotta edit V-stars and the club clips today. I don't care if I fall all my life. I just don't know how to make a link thingy, that's the issue. What, like, if you just, make, like, a social media post and you just take, like, the link of it, and then you just take the URL and then share it. Vexed, what's the matter? Is it the boss man's or woman's? Or is it the boss person? Is the boss person trying to murder you? What's going on, Pookie? How's it going? I already forgot what I'm doing. To do those, we need to prepare. Today's Thursday, so we're posting a special thing, and that means I do things with the things. Yep. Only post I've been able to make is it's on TikTok. It has more info about who I am, but that's about it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be super complicated. Just like a simple, like, hey, you know, if you got spare change, you know. Who loves to micromanage me? Oh, Jesus. Is he there? Is he, like, back? Like, he's gonna stay for a while? Or is he gonna, like, leave after today? Cause I can tell you a little story about people like that. I'll tell you a funny little story of how I deal with people like that. Personally. I need to do a go live post. I can't do this yet. Fuck. There we go. That's what I was forgetting. The go live post. Confidence, baby. The confident baby. Right. My brain is doing the thing. Stream. I sent you a TikTok link, but that's all I got right now. I don't trust Twitter in all fairness, and that's all the social I have. That's fine. Yeah, I can repost the TikTok if you got the TikToks. And the ticker. If you had that TikTok, I'm happy to repost it. Whatever can help get the word out, you know. I'm so confident, baby. You're so confident, baby. You're driving me crazy. I think she knows. Stream, Twitch promos, thumbnails, art, the 18th. Save. Whispered it to you, Poggin. Alright. Let me repost it. Yeah, confidence, baby. Let's see. Where's the repost button? I'll put it. Can I repost it? Like, share, copy link. That's all the things, right? Because the super chat is not much, but I don't know what else to do. Hey, something is better than nothing. Something is better than nothing. Always something is better than nothing. Let me see if I can repost it on my phone. I don't know what to come about confidence, baby. You're the confident baby. Just confident baby. Repost. There we go. Pocket. Appreciate that, of course. Happy to help where I can. I completely understand. After losing my job, I felt like I was just in the same boat. So I get it. So if I'm able to help, I'm happy to help. Boop. Apologies about all the yawning. My brain is just not. Man, I'm gonna cry. If you need to cry, Pookie, cry. Crying is good for the soul. Bruh. My brain. I don't know what I'm doing. This needs to turn off. This can be deleted because I'll add the new one next time. When you back and meet alone, what do you do? Like you do. Morning and you wish me like you. How rude. And I wanna feel it's gonna make a million days all around. Company. Won't you know what my love's gonna feel? I feel right. It can feel like moonbeam ice cream. Let's do PNG, selection only, export. Thursday, yep, save, and close. Post live now. Oh. No Dindy today, so let's invite. Anyway, I'm closer to you every day. Only come around me eventually. Make a loss in the company. Oh, baby, ask me what my love's gonna feel like. Nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream, taking off the blue jeans. The movies. Oh, baby, don't you know? Oh, baby, guys, won't you know? I took a second, understandable. Good to give yourself a breather. My feet are asleep. Oh, I hate that feeling when my feet fall asleep. Made me cry. Thank you for the head hats. Okay. Doing okay in here? Yes. Sorry. Got a commission back that I got, the Don one. And they sent me the final version, but I forgot that I asked earlier to paint my nails blue. I can show you guys it. It's my bad. I totally forgot to remind them. Because I said it once, but the commission! Look at it! It's so good! Ah! Just in time for Don 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 season 2! Like, it looks sick as fuck. I forgot to tell them that I'd like my nails to be navy blue. They also gave me a PNG version so I can put it on my Twitch. So, I forgot about the nails. So now I gotta wait for that. If I could, I would just fix it myself, but I feel that may be a little disrespectful, so I'm not going to. And then I'm just gonna do some things on the side really quick that are a bit sensitive, so I'm just gonna turn my screen off and work on those really quick. Or just DM people back really quick. Release me from this house I'm in. I'm too juggling. Yeah, the other reason I feel weird about these type of art cons, personally, once I get it, it's like, okay, it's mine now, I will mod it and use it how I want, but people don't like that, it seems. Yeah, it's like, cause it depends, cause like, there's been, the thing about it, I think most people tend to be fine with it, it's just the problem is too many people have done that and then say it's theirs. And it's like, it's unfortunate because so many people have done that it's kind of like, yikes, you know? So it's like, what can you do other than just not be okay with it? It's like, if it's your own character, I don't see a problem. If it's like their content, that's different. Yeah, it's just like, a lot of people don't see that line, which is the problem. Cause I feel bad. I know they're busy. I could ask. I'll ask. You're busy with a ton of cons. I'll fix it myself. You're okay. They're like, they need a bonk. Yes. Oh my god, the internet needs a bonk. Simply change. It's a simple change. I don't see why they wouldn't. And just edit. I can. Since. Yeah. Hopefully they'll be fine with it. So I want to put it on everything. This song's cute. Ooh, not that much. Allow crowdfunding. Proceed. This. Hi, Rhino! I love XG. I like their voice. Their voice is very nice. New your comic. That show anime. How you doing, buddy? Just working. Understandable. I hope it's not too bad. Hope it's not too busy. He really wants to create the show anime influential parts of the video together. It's a somewhat big project, so any help be super appreciated. Oh fuck. I just do what I want. Let's go back into the word mines. Have a good one, peeps. Have a good worky. They are all super pretty, and even though they are Japanese or they sing English songs, multilingual bitches. That's awesome. I'll animate one. I'll animate and we can watch the progress of. Let's creation together. It's a big project, so I need help. Super appreciated. Appreciated. I want to do like a little imagey from our old comic, I think. That was like a little teaser. Yeah, I think we just take this one. Oops. Section only. Wait, what? Section only? Oh. Save. No. Downloads. Oh, it worked. Pog. And illusions. Well, it's a good thing I have my screen closed on that. Oh, goodness. Share. Fuck. I want to share it. I want to share it. Share. Copy link. Oh, vocal sim. Oh, you got it. You got it, Pookie. I got you. I got you, wife.
Peter. The horse is here.
Peter. The whole. I only started simming that because Boffy started saying that, to be fair. You mean like a bug? Peanut. The horse is here, Peanut. Alright, I'm gonna put this in announcements because this is important to me. Oh, I can delete this. Let's just move on embeds. I don't like embeds, bro. Embeds are ugly, in my opinion. Milk. Dudes. Everybody's a milk dude. Right? I think so. I think. Oh! God damn it. Milk dudes. I don't know why I keep talking about myself in the third person. Special project. Whenever I was sharing model stuff with a friend, but my model would be bald, he would keep saying she's bald. She's torturing me. I love that. That's so funny. I actually showed Pixels yesterday, the chibi model that you made for me, and it being bald, and he laughed so hard. I was like, no, please, please. I actually can be bald. Beep. I have a pretty good head for being bald. You know? I look pretty good bald, to be honest. Jump scare. Yup. My brain is forgetting. Oh. It's a good head. Thank you. I really want to create a lore comic / animation towards new view lore, new lore for my debut team. I decided that I really want to create a lore comic / animation for my debut I'm working with an artist worked with previously, Sora. I'm so in love with you. It's a big project and any solutions. To me, other one of the only would love for my debut. I think this all looks good. This one. I really want to create a lore comic animation for my debut. I'm working with an artist. It's a big project. Any contribution will mean the world to me, since this is to me. I think I just made a big long sentence. I'm working with an artist I have worked with previously. It's a big project and any contribution will mean the world to me. Copy that close. I don't like how that is posted. Oh, Bane! Hello! Hello! How is it going, Raiders? Hi, Faith! Hi, Rainy Pocket Edition. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I was just doing a little bit of personal management over some projects that I'm having for my debut. So they're a little information sensitive. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful day or a wonderful night or anything. How was your stream? What did you do? Oh, you played Date Everything? How was that game? Me and my community were talking about it yesterday. I don't have a lot of attention span, so I'm kind of like, ooh, me baby. But how was it? Did you have a good time? I hope you did. Feel free to tell us about it. Who was your favorite to swoon? I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. There we go. Big bone, sitting like a bone. How's it going? We started it off. I've been playing it blindly. It's been fun to see some of the characters with no info. That's so valid. That's definitely something I would also probably, if I ever played it, would want to go into it blind. Well, now I couldn't because I know stuff about it, but like definitely. I love Shelly the Shelf so far. They do have a very cute design. So I'm glad you're liking the game. I won't say too much about anything about it because I kind of know some stuff about it because we looked some stuff up about it. But I'm glad you had a great time. If you need to do some after stream care, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a good time hanging out with us as we do some video editing and then art. And before we do art, we have to do some actual commission work. We have to do book formatting for Enshrined, and then we can do art. I figured I'd bring my people to your cute self while I make some food. I'm ravenous. We'll have some yummy food. We will be here, and hopefully I will keep you guys entertained as I drive myself mad with being lost. I feel like I'm in a perpetual state of lost today. That's the theme for today, lost. Oh, this is the wrong one. I need this one because it's Thursday. It's just all yawns. Yippee! Lost! Yippee! Alright, it's this one. Oh, it's just this one, actually. And we enter, and then we can remove the spaces so we can save on some. Oh, I always spelled definitely wrong. I always don't work for people who work. Being so fun and such a user close. Okay. I think that's good. And then we're gonna go to V stars, this page, and then it's not that one. It's gonna be this one, right? Because this one doesn't have the editing errors. Share my TikTok and Cash App to servers that allow it, so we'll see what happens. It's better than nothing, Pookie. It's better than nothing. And I'm very proud of you, because I understand that, you know, asking for help, like, that kind of stuff can be very scary. So I completely understand if it's, like, an outside of your comfort zone thing. And, like, I feel it, too, with, my debut lore. It's something that I could do it on my own, but it's a very scary thing for me to do it on my own. So we're here for you. We're proud of you. And so reward yourself with a little bit of Sims if you can. Or a snacky poo if you need it. I don't know enough to thinking, oh no, I just need you, but I miss you, come here. Shit kinda like that. He lets me go, let me know, he let me. Hopefully some good news comes around from this. I wholeheartedly believe that what comes around goes around, so I'm sure that, you know, something will pull through. And at the end of the day, we're all here for you. So don't feel like you're lonely, because we got you. You know, we're the emotional support animal. My headset's falling off my head, but I gotta finish these the hashtags. You were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking. There we go. Headset was falling. It was uncomfy. Yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. I'm not thinking a song and often thinking, oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you, come here. I have to move these down. I forgot to do that. I'm sorry. Night Rose. Because Nekomiki's is the one that comes out today, so. I'm sorry. Don't need to worry. Except I don't know what number this is. 8? Oh, 6. No, 7. Damn. I just went around it. So I'm not great at making certain foods or drinks, like for example smoothies. The last few times I've made a smoothie, it just comes, like I really just want a fucking banana smoothie. That's all I really want, you know. And for some reason I keep just making banana juice, and honestly it's because I have too much liquid most of the time. But like, man, how am I so bad at this? I don't know. I have no brain cells. That's probably why. Tags. Twitch. I want this to, like, I want... Ooh. Yep. Yapper. Singing. I want this to be a hashtag. I think it has to go on a full thing, that's why. V stars. didn't know. But you didn't know. Island photography. Projects inside me. We're just listening to my like songs, aren't we? We are. Okay. Let me change that over to DJ. Yes. There's a reason why it's always peanut butter banana. Well, that's valid, but it's like okay, to be fair though, if it was okay, we did have peanut butter, but like to be fair, if I have too much liquid anyway, it would just be banana juice that tastes like peanut butter banana juice, right? Like I feel like even if I did like add more stuff to it, like if I added peanut butter to it, there's too much liquid, and then a paste. I don't think would help. I don't think. I don't actually know, to be fair. But I don't think. What liquid are you adding? Milk. But I added it to the fill line. Pixel says I was only supposed to add a cup of milk. But I added milk to the fill line. So it tastes fine. I'm fine with it. I like banana milk, so it's like not that terrible. I'm apparently bad at making smoothies. Which is poo, because I love drinking smoothies. Really gotta do a thank you post for all the support you guys have been giving me on my socials. So I've just been trucking every day trying to just keep up with posting and remembering to post. To my eyes, only things that they stop seeing. Blue, 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 blue. 16. This one. Insert image and song. I wonder if Glitchbanker sent out today's email. It might be in the evenings actually. Yesterday they have like emails that they send out every day that gives you like codes for cool stuff. And I've been trying to keep on that. Where the fuck are all my VODs? I think it says I downloaded it. Oh my god. All I got is insane. 16. Cool. 16 is being downloaded right now, and then 17 and 18, which is 'tis all laughter and flatulence till I laugh. Till I flatulence and laugh. Oh, hello. Thank you for the bonk boopus. The bonk and boopus. Welcome back, Rainer. How's it going? And hello, Kieran. I hope you had a good day yesterday. I hope you both had good days. Fuck, I didn't thank you guys for the raids yesterday. God damn it. Hold on, let me do that right now. Yeah, these were all yesterday. Okay. Hello, I had a good day. That's good. I'm glad. My brain died. What the fuck? What day was the Thursday? 12th. I cried myself to no! Why'd you cry? Are you okay? Do you need a hug? I have hugs. Free hugs. If you want a huggle snuggle, I got you, Boogie. A couple owners of servers were happy to let me post in their self-promo. Hopefully something works. I'm sure. I am sure, considering how many people use Discord, I'm sure there are some people with extra cash that they could help you out. But how you doing? How everybody doing? How my babies doing? I hope my babies are doing well. Hopefully. I am hopeful. I am hopeful. I'm good, just chilling a bit. Okay, understandable. A good cry. That honestly, I think Pixel said it earlier this week. This week's a good week for a breakdown, honestly. Have I had mine yet? I think I did. I think I've cried this week. I have to have like a little check-in. Did I cry this week? To be fair, though, I do need to get an appointment with a therapist because my insurance covers it now, and I keep forgetting to do that. Called in sick, start of the week. Oh, understandable. Everybody needs a good bit of breaks. So I hope you're feeling better today. Back into action. Make that bread. Get the bread so the kitties can be fed. Hey-ho. That rhymed. That was actually pretty good. But yeah. I'm like, publish. To tell you, I might help me, all I am. Listen to me, never leave me, I won't leave you, I believe. You all around me, sickening the air I'm breathing. First thing, one of the office's people said today, you could have stayed home these 2 days. I can't use you anyway. That's kind of rude. I mean, like, sure, I guess if, like, people are, like, I don't know. That's just kind of rude. Like, I get if they're, like, fully staffed and they don't need a lot of help, but it's like, goddamn, dude. Okay. It's like, fuck. If people said that to me when I went to work, I would cry. I would just straight up cry. Good response. Good response. I like it. Listen, I'm not against taking kneecaps. If you need me to take some kneecaps, I'll take some kneecaps. Well, I did. I don't wanna feel a thing anymore. Okay, V star 7 8. 8 is Rin. Oh fuck, I can't go back. I'll fix it later. Yeah, I'll fix it later. Oh, my neck, okay. I love hearing that because that means I might go home early. Ooh, that's a valid point. But still, it's kind of a, you could say it as, hey man, I just feel like there's a nicer way to say that. Nah, he just has a big ego, and sometimes I remind him of the fact that he's also just human. Everybody needs that, though. Because it seems like Vexed and Kieran, you both have what I call a bow. And it's a person that maybe has a bit of high britches. Everybody has someone that has a bit of high britches that is essentially just an adult baby. And you just gotta treat him like a baby. Unless you're willing to pick fights with them. Which maybe you should. And you'd be like, fuck you, man. Everybody's got a bow. The part he doesn't understand is I repay the respect that I am given. No, like, on God, Kieran, that is the energy that people do not understand. Like, I think, like, the energy that you give me, if you respect me, I respect you. If you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. That mentality is, like, on God lost. I feel like there are so many people that, like, I just either hear of, interact with, or just, like, it's insane how, like, I don't understand how people are like, you gotta give me back the energy that I don't give you. It's like, huh? That's not how it works, darling. If you don't want to give me the time of day, I'm not giving you the time of day. And it comes down to just communication a lot of the times, and I understand communication is hard for people, but at the same time, don't be ninnies. That's all. That's all. Yeah, sorry, I just had to put that out there. Oh, good lord. Sorry. Ugh. I keep yawning. I don't like it when I just continually yawn. So it makes me eat. I didn't post on iFunny. I haven't checked my iFunny. How's my iFunny doing? One person liked it. I don't know how iFunny works. Fuck it. Oh, I don't want to do it today. I wouldn't be an ass. I would have gone home and when he said it, and if my manager called, I would have said, well, that dude told me to go home because he couldn't use me. Then he could have explained. Damn! I mean, listen. You're not a total asshole. That's big of you to go the high road. Because I was watching Georgia and Diddy, and she said this great line. They go low, you go lower. And it's so funny. I love that. But I'm proud of you for taking the high road. Because going lower is just so easy. Glorp. Glib, you're gonna want to glorp this. Which makes me mad, but makes me spaghetti. I might stream tomorrow or tonight, do some sort of like donathon. aka I'm so tired. Hey, listen, you should do it tomorrow and give yourself the time tonight to relax, take a bath if you can, vibe, just recharge yourself, you know, and then just go from there. Also, you a PC gamer or console? I am a PC gamer, because controllers are too big for my hands. I have a PS4 controller and it's like too big for my hands. I struggle with it sometimes. So I go with mouse and keyboard. They're a console gamer. See, when I was growing up, I wished I could be a console gamer because I think consoles were first, I think, with games, I feel, or like consoles were like the bigger generation for games and stuff, so you'd always see like the commercials with the people with the controllers, and I always thought they were so cool. I still think they're cool. And so when I was a kid, I was like, I'm gonna grow up and I'm gonna be a console gamer because I want to be able to use the controller all cool like. But then I got a PC. And found out my hands are kind of awkward on controllers. But you know, we try our best. And I will say that I do like, to be fair, the portability of consoles. Because, like, you could just take the console and then go somewhere else that has a TV, and then you're hogging most times. So, you know, it's a give and take. Favorite hobby to do in your free time? Mine is sleeping. Dracula. Burn to the britches and slam to the back of my Dracula. Wait, did it post the like? Okay, it did. Okay. However, no one does that. Does no one do that? Does no one actually do that? I worked with a few people. The people that I worked with when I worked in the game industry at my last job. To be fair though, it was like a week-long work trip. We were having like an offsite, so maybe that's a little different. But like, they would, they brought their consoles. They brought their consoles to play with. All the way from Sweden. We gotta go to Sweden. We would, you know, the shittiest thing? We would have gone to Sweden this year. Or Italy this year. Or the UK, just the Europe in general this year. The company didn't fucking fire us all. Anywho. Only for extended stuff, it's not worth the worst. No, that's valid. Yeah, the thinking about it more, it's like, oh yeah, if it's like an extended stay. Or if you're a kid and you're going to your friend's house for the weekend and they just live like down the road, you know? But all this, I mean, yeah, that's valid. The more I think about it, yeah, that's valid. It's just like, I don't know, like if I'm going, like even if I'm going home for a week, I can't take my PC with me. You know, I can't take my whole setup with me. It's like 3 monitors, my whole PC, like it's just not worth it. But if I had a console, it's like I just take the console. But nowadays, you have really nice, what? This video is like dead. Why is my video dead? My thing is dead. Oh, were there any comments from the other day? Oh, I didn't check this one. Why do you do this? Oh, I was like, oh, someone commented just to see this. Yeah, I knew it. I regret it every day. Because it's funny, and now you know. I recently got back into console gaming. I think console gaming is just kind of cool. Also, with console gaming, I've noticed you kind of just sit down and play the game. When I play video games on PC, I'm distracted by the 50 million things that are on my PC. But if I play on console, the few times that I have, I just, like, I'm focused on the game. And my feet always makes me sad. Style. Okay, I'm very bad at commenting on stuff. I'm trying to get into video and I need help on getting a model started. Tons of resources such as PNG models and pre-made models. It just depends on how much time and resources you have. Oh, wait, really? I just drank a banana smoothie. Like, you're amazing. Oh my god, Uno revert first card. I'm just gonna put a smiley face. Okay. I'm a little worried about this video, but I think it'll be fine. I think I'm just checking it too soon, because I never check it that soon. Alright, this is done. Change cover, save. I did render this. So this one's good. Rendered that one. I need to render everything else. Why did I open Affinity? I don't remember why I opened Affinity. No! Okay. Mind. Talk to me in French. Talk to me in Spanish. Talk to me in your own made-up language. If I understand it, talk to me in ear. Okay, those are downloading. Video editing. Did anything else on this thing? Let's see, Gordy's live, Zongi's live, J. Crew's live, and the Fierce is live. Oh, and so is Lord Josiah. Okay, so pin. Just gonna pin everyone. Even though I'm pretty sure you only count as 3, I don't care. I don't care. Alright. Whoa. Got Daisy and Halo on Xbox. Those are some pretty good games. I haven't played them myself, but I know they're pretty good games. I know a lot of people have talked about them. I think it's video editing time now. Alrighty. Daisy hates me though. Why does it hate you? For why? For why, my friend? Oh, I have to edit the beginning of this, so I just remembered. Items I would like, refuse to drop. That's just how it be. That's just how it be. Like, when I play The Binding of Isaac, I want Spoonbender. They ain't gonna give me Spoonbender, bro. Out of all the items. It made me cry. Got teleported to the middle of the sea when I wanted to take a boat back. Oof. Oof. At least, hey, that would make for some funny moments if you're playing with friends. Oh my god. Wait, oh my god. Someone donated $25 for the debut lore comic. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, I'm so sorry that I missed that. I am so sorry. Thank you so much. That means the world. Oh my fucking god. Thank you. My dweebs will come to woe. My dweebs. Oh shit, you are in the middle of the ocean, dog. You look like you're outside of like the bounding boxes. That's insane. Like you're just out there. They really wanted you to play Raft. At least there's no sharks, I think. That's all I could see. That is crazy. Were you able to make it back to like shore, or were you just kind of like fucked? Worst thing is, I'm waiting. The boat didn't go with me. No. No. So did you just... Did you at least make it? No, I pretty much froze it. Damn. God damn, I am sorry about that. But it looks so funny. You're just kind of stranded out there. Damn. I'm sorry about that, buddy. So everything I had on me was gone. Oh, that's the only thing I think I find it hard. Gear was easily replaced. I'm glad that it was easily replaced. I think that's the only hard part about me. It's funny. I think it's like, so with roguelikes, you will, like, your gear matters, but like, the second the run's over, it's immediately replaced, and then you immediately get new armor. But I think the hard part with like games like DayZ for me, and I think DayZ's like Rust as well, right? So it's kind of like you gotta build your stuff back up. But I think like how long it takes to build stuff back up is like, it drains me. Got one of the people I play with to pick me up and bring me back to base. That's nice. That's good. That's good. I'm glad they were able to come get you. I went on a looting run. Man, that sounds fun. I remember when I used to have the patience for games like those. Now I don't, because my brain cells have degenerated from the amounts of TikTok I watch. What's up, White Seer Gaming? How you doing? How you doing? Blow up IDK, what I do? I got caught in a doom scroll. Hey, that's just you decompressing. I do that all the time. It was me this morning when I woke up. I was just doom scrolling in the shower. I was just doom scrolling in the shower. I hope you're having a good day, White Seer. Okay. I think that's pretty good. We got stuck into chapter 5 today. Ooh, chapter 5? That's a pretty good amount of work. I just emotionally out of it today. Valid. So you should be lenient with yourself. If you are not feeling certain things, that's okay. You don't got it, you know? Transactor. Oh, no. Oh, boy. There you go. There you go. Okay. Almost 13k words now? I don't even know 13k words! I know that's not how that works, but I just thought it was funny. You know, we'll be doing laundry business as well on the side. Oh my god! Make it cute. Put in some nice cute plants. Oh my god. That's actually really cool. I love that. That's actually really cute. I'd do that. There's a game of that. You know, there's a game. There's a game like that. It's called Laundromat Sim. You own a laundromat. It's pretty cool. Kind of want to play it sometime. Doing people's laundry. Hey, sometimes people just do be doing the need of having people to do their laundry. And ain't nothing. This quality of this video is actually kind of trash. His model is so cool. Made a flyer and everything. Cute! I love it. I would come help if I could. If I lived near you, I would come help. I'd make you listen to it now. Wait, I wish I could have a video recording of at the end of chapter 4. The closing fight scene is dope. I'd make you listen to it now. Dude, that sounds sick. Hey man, if you ever make a recording, on Fridays, I react to content. I'm just saying. Be warned, I'm high, so there's no filter, except for the TOS filter, of course. So, it's just unbridled passion. It's $12 a basket, 10 for any extra basket. Oh, that's nice. I would volunteer if I could. If I could, I would help. I would go over there and volunteer to help you. Also, this video is like bonk, nicto. It's little nicto. There we go. I want to look at that clip again. Because I feel like I didn't get the highest quality clip. Clips. Top. It's this one. Can I make it higher? 720p is all I got. Nicto. Plan on doing door to door and putting flyers in people's. Do it. Do it. Do it, and then get yourself a little treat. Or like, I don't know, I always say that, but I realize, like, I always say, like, get yourself a little treat, but it's like, can't really? But like, I don't know, put yourself in comfort with what my, no, that's what I mean, because like, literally, I'll do chores in my own house, and I'll be like, oh my god, I deserve a little treat. And then I'll look at my empty fucking wallet. And I'll be like, oh. And then my significant other has to go, like, yikes. And I cry. Oh. It's okay. Same boat. I get it. Roommates are doing extra door dashing right now. Not bad. I think Vex does door dashing. It was pretty good money. I think I need to trim this actually. Just this section. Oh, that's fine. Boop. Hello? What? Okay. What's happening? I don't know what's happening. Okay. What the fuck? What is happening? Okay, there we go. They did roommate interviews. Yeah, candidates were yikes. No, I don't. Oh, but you do deliveries. Sorry, Vexed. I'm a bad friend. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I love you. Yeah, see, you just... Oh my god. You could sabotage it. I mean, they're already shit, so it's like, whatever, I guess. Okay, I have to do adjustment clips. I don't know what the song is, but it's kind of bops. It's so blurry, it makes me upset. Actually, I don't want to rotate this one. Or why is it like this? Hello? What is happening? All right. Oh my God. Oh, you good? I do later, but from sorry, I'm busy. No, Vexed. Mwah. You do what you gotta do. Yeah, I don't care how long you guys take to respond. This is not like a. It's not like a. I need you to respond right now. I get that most of you are working right now, so like, don't even sweat. If y'all like hi Lane, starts conversation, gets distracted, goes plays a video game, does work, whatever. I'm fine. I'll be okay. I mean, I will miss you because I'm like a little puppy dog, but I'll be fine. I'm a goldfish. I can entertain myself. Okay, and then this one, and this one. And then zoom, rotation, apply. Or not. And then this one would be here. And then we'd go like this, and then move it around. And then we do camera shake. Except this is the wrong camera shake. And then we do motion, tilt, PTR speed. Oh wait. And then gotta rotate it back this way. Motion scale more. If it was like the whole thing. I think she's the ghost of Chicago. Okay, wait. Okay, I think that's good, and then we can go into this. Oops. Yeah. And honestly, I wanted to be haunted. So she me. She's the ghost of Chicago. Okay. Married tomorrow. Lead track. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna lock this track. And then I'm gonna create the fake subtitles really quick. Lost somehow, she gets married tomorrow. He's eating. He eating me. Shank. I think his starts here. Oh, it's like here. And then shank his. Okay. Moments on their stream. Oops. Their stream. What? Like this. Oh my god, why are you being weird? Cool. Let's move this. Oops. The song. This song by the. I love working with people that make their own music. This is as a side thing. It's not like a necessity or anything, but when I create videos on people that are like that also make their own music, it's fun because I can use their own if they allow me to, of course, to use their own music in the video, which is fun because it also like pushes the sense of like personality and branding, which I like a lot when I do these videos. Gonna be a big man someday. You got blood on your face. Big disgrace. You can all. Limgrave and Lim. Isn't it just Limvale? V-stars. Honestly, hold on. You're gonna be on the world someday. You got blood on your face. Big disgrace. Even your banner all over the place. Say oh. The star. I feel like having icons with these will make me feel better. Roll for fun. see someday, yeah, blood on your face, a big disgrace. Funny that I'll put you back into your place, saying, we'll rock you. Oh, Pog, cool. Alright. With friends. I don't like that does that. Oh, is it because of... There we go. With... Boop. Nick Doe's got you covered. VTuber, I always fix that. I'm sad. Wanna be gone. It's time to sleep. Because I'm doing the same to you. Okay, cool. How's that look? Cool. Okay, we're gonna lock this. Same with these guys, because these guys are all good. Oh, hi Kiwi. Hi Kiwi, how are you today? Sneefa. You smell kind. Hi, how are you? And now we both fucked up. This potential. I don't know, we can just go in order, I guess. Got sucked into the project I'm working on and forgot to check in for stream. Hey, no, you're fine. You're fine. I just appreciate you being here. And with that being said, thank you for checking in and thank you for being here, because I am very happy to see you guys daily. I forgot to post that we're watching a movie this weekend. I need to, like, right now. Like, I forgot what it's called. National Treasure? Excited the comic is getting funny. I am too! Oh my god, I am too. I got to talk to... And let me see if they said anything else. I got to talk to the artist about it, and they were just... I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited, dude. So excited! What's the National Treasure? It's National Treasure. I'm watching National Treasure. No, he tells me, no, you know what knows you. I want like a good image. Yeah, okay, this one works. And movie membership this Wednesday, this Saturday, and we'll be watching National Treasure. Yeah, I want more Nick Cage. Nope, no one, no one. 2 p.m. Actually, I should just do the whole thing Saturday. Saturday, confirm. I like it really rough, guy. Just can't get enough, guy. Okay. Type, make your mama sad type. Mad type, like to do your dad type. Oh, Kiwi though, I will probably loop you in to if we do get the comic funded, I will keep you in the loop on its progress in case there are any like story hints or story like beats in the art that you think could be better portrayed, or like if there's any comments you have. Sorry if that went through the mic. Just because I feel like, I don't know, you helped me write it, so why not? And then everyone else will get to see it as we animate it and stuff. I'd be happy to help out Pog. You're just part of the council now. I should just make a chat for the council at this point. Is my phone dead? I was gonna say, I plugged you in. I wanted to unplug it because I don't want to overcharge its battery. I don't know if things like, oh my god, Kiwi, actually, right now that you're here, I just want to show you, like, look at my Don commission. Look at my Don commission. Isn't it cool? I'm gonna fix the nails. I don't know when that artist is gonna get back to me. I'm just gonna fix the nails really quick. And then if they're able to fix it, I will use that version. No, not a big thing. I just kind of want to fix it because it bugs me because my nails are not. My nails are painted. Even right now, they're painted. You look like you possessed Momo. I know, right? I love it so much. I'm gonna use it as my thingy, my banner. I'm live, so I can't look at it. No. Oh, well, where this part, the banner. Yeah. And so I'm just gonna get distracted for a second, don't mind me. Mother, I crave violence. Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you. Do it. Do it. Oh, wrong one. That looks so cute. I know, right? It was made by Imagi. They do a bunch of them. They have a bunch of like Don commissions. This one's theirs that they made. This one, I love this pose. Low-key regret I didn't get this pose, but I still love the one I got, so. No regrets. To be fair, though, I will say, I was originally just gonna ask them what the price of it was, because I didn't know how much it was gonna be, because I didn't know if they were gonna do a complexity fee. So originally, I was just asking for a price quote, but then they just kind of did the sketch, and I was kind of like, oh, okay. Well, I guess we're doing this. I don't know if I should keep this as well, but we'll just do them both. But I asked them to edit the nails, but they're really busy, so I'm just gonna edit the nails myself. And then if they edit it, then we're Pog. Otherwise, like, It's fine. Like, I don't really care. I want, and I got what you need. That just bugged me a little bit. National Treasure, nice. I know. I'm excited. I need more Nick Cage in my life. It should be like that color, but it's like. What the fuck is this? Not solid? What? And if I just took this off. I think I'd rather just remove the green. Let's do it like this. Levels. Green. Fuck. Oh my god, now I gotta do another. Oh my god, what is wrong with my brushes? And the tip. There we go. And then I'm just gonna drag the other one in here. And then just. And then bloop. Wait, what is happening? Oh, okay. Close. Folder image. Oh. Oh, I just realized there's a difference. Oh. That's fine. Stream art of me. Twitch. What's it? It's a Twitch banner, isn't it? Setting stream channel brand profile banner. What size for Twitch profile banner? What? What size for Twitch profile? Cool. 1,200. Um, 1,200,480. Create. You girls. Oh my god, is this Doja Cat? I want to listen to more Doja Cat. Let me be your woman, 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 woman. I can be your woman, 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 woman. I can be your woman. I really liked this era of her, or specifically this album a lot. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's so much bigger. Actually, I'm curious. Overlays. Where did I put that? Where did I put that? Did I put it in here? Nope, I don't know where I put it. Move my tongue, I want it. Fucking something. It could be honey fucking. Dummy. Say what if I miss sub badges? Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. That's a bit too much. I want this one. Actually, just make some square. Oh, what's the size? 1,200. Okay, 1,200,480. Let's do it like this, and then he went to blue, maybe. Use the crop template I made. What? What do you mean it's this size? Trying to get a look on this is because Twitch lists the wrong resolution. Use this crop template I made 1920 by 40 when making your canvas. Red is covered by the left and side bars. This man is blue is collapsed. Ooh, what? More like they list preferred as before. Aha! What do you mean? 1920 488. Create, paste. God damn it. Okay, and now I want this to sit here. Okay. I actually would prefer this to be here. This is definitely gonna be. I guess when I get home, I've unhealthy. GF, yes. I don't think. I mean, as long as you're not harming your health, I think it's a fine coping mechanism. You know, I'm sure it'll be okay. Smile. 1920. I like the song. I kind of want to use this pattern though, hikey. So maybe we can like. Video editing, resources, social icons, Twitter, Twitch, TikTok. Three that I want. Don't like these. Gonna be honest. Cool. Maybe this one. I want it to be the bird. I don't want it to be the X. So I don't like the X. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't like the X. It looks ugly. So I want this one. The X is so ugly. Right, ladies and gents? Gramps is going to bed. Last day of work tomorrow. Have a good eve. We love you. Good night. Have an amazing rest of the stream. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you dream wonderful dreams. I hope the kitties come to snuggle. Good night. Night night. And yeah, import. You made me a night night emote. Mirror the bird and make it look like an X. Oh. Wait. Yeah, but I don't want people to think that's not what it is. Easy, I'll just use the really old one. Wait, that's actually kind of cool though. Kittens sleep in bedrooms, so cuddles are guaranteed. Yes! Yes! You know what? I want the old Twitter logo. Fuck it, I'm using the old one. Yes! No bones but chains and whips excite me. I may be bad, but I'm perfectly good. Oh my god, it's not called Agua Fresca, that's a drink. Where is it? Where is it? Mandy did a thing on it. Where are it? Where are it? I can actually search my bookmarks. I don't know. Oh, I can't type. Icon. App. Tutorial? Where is it? Where is it? What about the word wonder? Because I feel like wonder was in the post. Nope. Okay. It's just much further down than I think it is. I like the feeling you give to me, how you turn me on. Where is it? Where is it? Bro. What is it called? Just that's the only bookmark I know that has the type of icon that it's called, and I don't know what it's called off the bat. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom, but I can't go to the bathroom unless I find this thing. The bathroom. I'm screaming. Please, please, please. I know Mandy was the one that created it. I know for a fact Mandy is the one that created it. Oh, is it with the I? Okay. Maybe it's just in here. Please, I just want to find the tutorial. Please, please. Oh my god, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Oh, I don't like that. Like, having to go to the bathroom always sneaks up on me, and I scream. Is it here? I don't think it is. It's tingling my fingers. I'm screaming. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I'm actually saving these. I'm gonna save them because I don't want to lose them. Was that another one? No? Okay. Please. I just need to go to the restroom. But I can't until I find this. I found it. I found it. It's Frutiger Arrow. Frutiger Arrow. Frutiger Arrow app icons. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Crisis averted. There wasn't really a crisis, but I felt it in my body. I love this. Do they have more? I got a Discord one. Welcome back. Thank you. Nope, nope, nope. I just oh shit. Oh, oop. No. On apps, Android. These aren't fruit. These aren't what I want. These aren't getting the Frutiger Arrow app vibe. I like this one. App. Twitter. Yeah, this one's fine. Where do I get this one? See, I like this one. Yeah, how do I get this one? I want this one. Frutigerarrow.com icons. Save. I think I just got a. I feel like I just put a virus on my computer. All right. maincoow snuggle. Put this on my Twitch. I like bit my lip last night and it fucking hurts. I have no more spots. I have no more spots. I hate what I do. Yeah, it just kind of hurts. I think I'm gonna remove this. Yeah, I'll move maybe the shy one. Because I want the snuggle one. So that one's of Shul, and it's not, it doesn't really make sense. Snuggle. Okay. Let me look at this virus that I downloaded on my computer. Oh, I downloaded the wrong folder. This one, delete. Windows Vista, this one. This one. What the fuck? My computer broken. It's saying it's gonna open my affinity files with Lethal Company? What the fuck? These are our resources. resources. Continue. I don't know what's happening. Okay. 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 I don't really know what just happened, but I think we're good. Ew, glossy. Glossy blue? What the fuck? Yes! Yes! They have TikTok? They do have TikTok! Pog? Alright, we're great. Yeah, I want to use the outdated icon. So everybody's like, Elaine, what the fuck? Why are your icons old? And I'll be like, shut the fuck up. Yippee. Yippee. Apple Music. Is there any other ones better? I don't know whether what other social media things people put in here. I really used to like I really used to love the old Instagram icon. I really loved the old Instagram icon. That was like one of my favorites. YouTube? Where's YouTube? Twitter. YouTube. Oh yeah, it was the old like boob tube. Yes. Yippee. I should. Boop, 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 boop. That's not. Me too. Yeah, I like the old icons. They were so fun. And now they're all boring. I need to make these smaller anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I kind of don't like that the TikTok one is so boring. It's just black. TikTok. Yeah, this is the one I want. I want this one. Where do I get this one? Where does this come from? Shut the fuck up. Where does this come from? I know this doesn't come from you. Where does this one come from? Like when you get out. Make a sound. Oh my god, please, please, just do the whole thing. Okay, is it from this? Go to... What? I want to download it. I want it! Let me have it! Gimme! Alright, fine, we'll do it this way. Huh? Huh? Okay, there we go. Oh, fuck! Okay, I'm just gonna have to get shot. Song's so violent. That's okay. K-I-L-O-I-N-G. A big tree house. There we go. Hee 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 hee! Yay! I like it. Oh, well. Well. I just realized it doesn't really go with the aesthetic of the art that's going on. May have sort of just realized that. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I want to use my font actually. Main font. Right. I actually could do this a bit differently. Big dirty stinking face. Okay, well, I'll have to sit on that. Okay. Files, save as. Twitch banner. I need to get the other stuff done for today. I don't know how I want to do that. How does Vika do theirs? We can go look at anybody's. It's got Zungies. What is Zungies? Zungies is just okay. Close. Okay. What is Bows? Well, Bows live. I can't check. I'm way big. I need no speed. I don't need no heroin. Nope. I don't have no folk. What about Joe Cat? And Spatula? I feel like Spatula would do a really good job of making sure theirs like is consistent. Theirs is just really pretty art. I think Vika has one where it's like her socials with it, which I really like. Yeah, it's like this, and then it's their logo. Who is this? Bet. Through your model is so cute. I'm dying. Okay. Maincoow. Mix. This is so cute! Oh my god, they're so cute. What the fuck? Yo, the fuck? This person's cool. I'm just gonna put them on it. I didn't mean to stumble upon them. Anywho. Yeah, we'll mess with that later. I'm getting too distracted. Oh right, we were editing a video. Fuck. Not me getting distracted. No sir. No sir, not at all. Ooh. See, this video, this clip looks so much nicer in my opinion. Something we could be calling fucking dummy. Onto something. Like, how are you under something? V stars. This one. Some gin and juice. Zoom crop position apply retain. Oh, cool. I wonder if Nikto has. I think Nikto has other art that I think I'd like to use in this. I'm about to really start. Give me this. Know that. I know that. What video? Start function. Make it feel. This one. Let's move it this way. Link clips. Oops. Retain. I can do the same. Make it even longer. Gotta bring it up a bit. Bad bitch, knock a middle, help you with your career, just a little, trying to hold me down, but you call me back, and that's the sound of me not calling you back. Straight to my face. Done it, that's a lawn chair. Oh, he's on the other side of this one. Fuck. Oh. Okay, wait. Yeah, I actually have to measure these. 1, 2. 1, 2. That one's fine if it's longer. 1, 2. 1.5 seconds isn't so bad. Yo, stop it, if this is singing single. Worry about a ring on the finger. You can tell your friends, shoot your shot when you see them. Okay, he already in my DMs. Hey, they gotta be great. Hey, touch me to my face. I think it's supposed to be this one. Then this one can go 1, 2. What's inside a Viking? Exciting, bom bom, dee don, day. Oops. This one. You back in a minute. Time, bitch, I'm in it. Ooh, I love the flowers behind them. That's cool. I'm great till you gotta be great. Oh, okay. Oh, not that one. It's the intro. What about this one? Was the world? I did that one already. Okay, this one I didn't have. Misbehave. Big diamond ring for me. Get down on your knees for me. I don't like this. Be a little bit lower. Do you have any videos? Give me. There's always someone else's fault. Don't you ever must sing the babe. This model isn't. I know, it's so cool. It's very unique. I like it a lot. Ask for it. Don't really that deserving of it. I'm in the space. I'm what I want to stage. I've got a big ego. They don't know why it's such a big deal though. Okay, now I gotta do like 2 things. So let's scoot these ones over. So like that, and then like, yeah, 2 more. I'm kinda difficult. I have that one I have. This one I have. This one I have. Okay, I'm just gonna look at their Twitch really quick. Never wanted world to the world. Clips. I'm kinda difficult. It's always someone else's fault. Let me fact around my finger, babe. I wish they did like more close-ups with their models. Stop. I'm gonna do this one. Kazaku orera wa shita. Ne kazaku watashi wa shita. Sta. Kira watashi wa shita. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to take this one. I love the vibe of this song. Made me feel like a bad bitch. I'm really just a hamster, but you know. Okay, I gotta like this one. Ne kaseku onero wa shita. Ne kaseku watashi wa shita. Sta. Kira watashi wa shita. I just want to turn this off. Pog? Okay, I think that's all good now. Now I just want to do... Stop. I'm gonna stop. Okay. And then I'm going to restart this guy. Write you a song and make you fall in love. I will already have you up under my arms. I'm just gonna go back to Vika's thing really quick. I just want to see what, I don't know what this background is. The shades, what's to hide your shades, and you wear 'em around like you're cooler than me. Does Uberhacks or Nobor have one? Okay. Who's live still? Okay. He doesn't. Oh. Ha, who else would have one? Let you look, and your steps make that much noise. Shh, I got you all figured out. In everyone's eyes, just. Oh, Zoo Bebops is just a cute little field. That's cool. You really are. Who do you think that you are? What about a Bortis? Also, just cool art. What about Gil? What about Gil? Gil also just has art. What about Croc? Also just cool art. What about Envy? Also just cool art. Okay. It's like the more I'm trying to do this, the more it just doesn't exist for a lot of people. Look when you pass by, what you don't know, the way that you look. Do people not put their social things up here? Oh, gee willikers, Batman, what the fuck am I supposed to do then? Alright, new test example. We're going to Twitch. Oh wait, we can't check people that are live though. Because it's an offline thing. Oh, Nobles doing stuff. Love, I won't have you up under my arms. Shit, what about Dahlia? Nope, nothing. Okay, Camilla? What about Camilla Bombette? She's got the whole logo. Okay, so she's got, okay, so they actually put ideas that they have like the center thing, and then they have their logo. I actually quite like their logo. Actually, I quite like that. It's actually really cool. Quite like that, actually. But my logo is not... I have two logos, but I really only use one now. Because I have this one. But this one doesn't have, like, my name on it. And then I have... this one? But I don't feel like this one represents me as much anymore. So... Staking for having you want was breaking and I've been wrong. Still cute. You're not wrong. Okay, new idea. I take this guy. I put him in the background. Because we can never see enough of him. I make it bigger. So it's like that. And then we take a drop shadow. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Add a shadow this way. And then I think someone's VOD's playing in the background. It's this person. Okay. Close. Okay. Like you. Alright, that's kind of cool. This is kind of cool, right? And so it's like, then maybe we can keep this, but I make it Helvetis because Helvetis is just a very easily read font. Where's my Helvetis? Or should I do Blinky Star? I think Helvetis is better. I think. Where's my hibiscus? There we go. There's just like one clean font that I use for everything. And then I can do my logo by doing this screen, bloop, put it in the center, and then just fade it to shit, put it in the middle, put it behind stuff. So it's like a subtle nod to my logo. Remind me, this is how you remind me. I kind of like it. I don't know how I feel about the icons though. Sorry, I was waiting on a different story. Mistaken, your heart worth breaking, and I've been wrong, I've been down at the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my hands, say my way, having fun, yeah. V2 assets, my assets. Oh. Assets, emotes. Having fun, yeah. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Generate. Bloop, 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 bloop. I kind of want this to be like that. Snap captions. Text base, generate. Custom social media icons. Over. Our work is over. I could just use normal, like some very clean normal ones if I wanted to. I guess. Other, faster, stronger. I do like those squares. Hour after hour, work is never over. Oh, I don't want to log in. Get out of here. I'm tired of everything taking my data. Makes it stronger. Alright. What position does this need to be? -19. Better do it faster. Makes it stronger. More than hour. Hour after hour, work is never over. Make it better. Do it faster. Makes it stronger. Hog. Oh, I just realized this still has the... Oh, it doesn't. This penitential undead night creates not only hilarious moments on their stream, but also beautiful melodies. The song that is currently blessing our ears is even one that was created by the ever-talented Nicto. Streaming often on Twitch, they adventure through the lands of Limgrave and Limveiled with their friends. Whether you're looking for a soothing voice to listen to, or someone to burn heretics with, Nicto's got you covered. This gorgeous VTuber was created by the ever wonderful and talented the Cecils and Fox is wrong. Cool. Cool. That is all done. Make it better. Do it faster. Makes it stronger. Make it better. Do it faster. Oh, this has got to go at the bottom. This goes at the top. I think I did that one, didn't I? Roll for fun. I just gotta watch it again to make sure it's not borked. Nope, it did it. It did it right there, didn't it? Yep, okay, cool. Breathe away. I don't want somebody to go away. All don't look the same. Be God, oh be God, oh be God, oh be God today. We're on the world and make the world decay. Oh, I quite like this one. There's one for YouTube and TikTok. I like these ones actually. There's some bookmark this. Stupid done. Oh, Anna, I'll be with you still. You're the angel that I couldn't kill, Anna. Be with you still. This isn't. It's going on. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless. I belong the future. There you go. Let me out of my cage. There's no counting no age. I'm good to be there. I'm under repairs. Manageable. Make it all manageable. I don't think that looks bad. Not too lazy. Mission of a life is. Yeah, I kind of like that. Is there any other ones that I want? Let's see. And they even have Deacorb. They have Reddit. Do Instagram, Reddit. I don't think we have any other ones though. Kickstarter, Tumblr. So I mean now because we don't see which of mine. Which of mine. I guess I could do Twitch. Like I know like we're already on Twitch, so it's silly, but it's kinda like I'd like 6. Ooh, I can just copy it. Oh my Oh shit. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. Bag, I'm useless. Let's do. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Reddit can be secondary. YouTube can go up here, I think. Reddit and then Insta can go down, and then Insta can go here. Yeah, now it's like a little app hub. Cute. I like it. Oh fuck. NG. Twitch banner. And this needs to go into GHI. What is my one on Discord? Okay, is that one? Okay. I want to keep that one the way it is. And then Twitch stuff. Discord. I guess I'll just put it in here. Oh, I have it in. Oh. Replace. Download. I have too many icons. Too many files everywhere. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. So if you go away. Okay. Upload. Video editing. Nope. Twitch promos. Banner. This one. Hopefully it'll look nice. I wish I could preview it, but I can't. Ew, it looks stretched. I'm sure that's just the thing, though. I'm sure it's just the thing, though. Pog, okay, we're good. Brain is happy, cool. For a long time. I just need to do the next club clips. It should be 7, but I think I have 6 loaded up. So... Oh yes, because I wanted to resave this one. This. Yeah, okay. Right. I want to keep remove. How do I remove the unused ones? Yeah, I guess I could just remove them. Wop, boop, boop, boop. I'm not playing too much. Delete empty tracks. And subtitle track, wait. Okay. No. There you go. And track. Track down. Track down. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Move track up. Okay, cool. This is the clip. My save it, and then we file, save as, project list, including 7. And I go to video editing, go to Twitch, go to 7. This one. Oh. I actually think I want to do a new folder. Unused clips. Let's do it like that, and then that. Because eventually I will just use all the clips, but I kind of want to just get them sorted. I also need to look at my other clips to download the clips that we have. Oh, I gotta close this. Okay. Clips. Hold on, I need to download this. Mind the gap. Oh my god, both of you clipped it. Yes, thank you. Not my... Actually, I need to name these clips. My, Atari... posted unused clips, save. I have to go through all my clips now. Found that comes. Nope. I'm back. I got cake. Ooh, what kind of cake? Oh, wait. Alright, digging around. Chocolate? Ooh, yum. Super effect RAM. Ever seen one of these before? Bam. Evil? What is this? we on stream. Huh. Oh, I kind of want to edit this one. I love this song too. I like this person's voice a lot. Okay, so what is this one? Sextant in Kiwi's name. Kiwi name. And what is this one? If only Rada. What's this one? Oh yeah, this was me screaming. Quad feed is what I'll call it. This is the spiders. Spiders, no. Get the fuck out. Oops. Get GTF. Get the fuck out. There you go. This is welcome to my house. My house. What is this one? Oh, this was the clutch clutch TP. What's this one? Oh. Buffy bites back. Cool. And then I just want to organize these repo. Cult of the Lamb. Lethal company. And then everything else can just stay. Welcome to my house. Clutch TPs. Lethal company. Get the fuck out. Oh wait, no, we need Pilgrim. Get the fuck out. Spiders, no. Cult of the Lamb. And then most of these are repo clips. And then we be on stream. Cool. I don't know what video I want to do. Because we did this one, and then we did... Hold on, I want to look at the analytics again. Okay, so... Okay, so at the end of the day, this one has a little... Okay, how many days has this been? Okay, yeah, this one's already... Okay, so at the end of the day, the shorter ones did get a higher watch percentage, which is more important. So we are just going to keep doing one clip per, but we are going to do a repo clip this week, and now I have to decide what repo clip I want. What is this one? This one's kind of funny. Alright. Okay, so this one... Or actually, let's just do it this way. Let's just turn these two off. Okay, so I see them. So it's gotta be when I turn back around. And then I see Boffy run into someone. And then I had an idea. Alright, I forgot Kazi was screaming because he had a really expensive Charizard card and I just ran him over. Okay. D&D today? No D&D today. Havoc has to get ready for his for Rain's graduation, and he's got to pick her up really late tonight. So we said but no D&D. We said no D&D, so that way Havoc can be there for his daughter. Ah, boo. Listen, they only happen. The high school graduations, they only happen once in a lifetime, you know? And especially because, like, it was a last minute thing Havoc didn't think he was going to be able to go to, so I want him to be there for Rain. I kind of want to layer it. There's one every year, what are you talking about? But Rain isn't going to graduate every year. Rain's going to graduate once, and then she's going to fuck the fuck off, you know? Yeah, Charizard card. Actually, I fucked this up. This is supposed to go here. Relink select clip. 7 select. Okay, cool. Charizard card. Every year there's another group of kids that I never have to look at again. That's valid! But if it was your little baby girl, you know, maybe you'd want to be there. Wait. Most expensive Charizard card. Google knows what I want. This one. Sure. It's an AVIF. What the fuck? What in the actual fuck is an AVIF, bro? What the fuck is an AVIF? You gotta be kidding me. I just... Wait, number... Okay, this is... And then this one. This one. I want the bottom one. AVIF? I hope that still works. TikToks... 7... Okay, I think I need, like, to see my reactions with stuff. So I need to copy this, paste this, link clips, remove it, and put this back over here. And then I want to clip this satisfyingly right here. Oh, nope. Crop the I can't tell because this is here. Crop the bottom. Right then, attain. Since I don't know I made up my time, coming to an end. I don't know how, suddenly lose control. Fire inside my soul. Okay, I think that's good. Whoa, whoa. I'll go again, my. Can I resist you? No again. I fucked this up, but that's okay. Wait, that's why I put that, right? Nope. You need a little bit more. There you go. Oh fuck. 128. Inside of the things that you do. Okay, so and then we move these back. It's like an idea. And then who clipped this one? Where is it? It's dangerous. Take this. No, it's above this. Could you let me scroll up, please? Hold the phone. Oh my god. For dead. Hold the phone. Super effective. Was also clipped by Devouring. Cool. Been hearted. I like a little bonk noise. How's the bonk noise that I have? I don't know. Bonk, 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 bonk. I like mine. Okay, cool. Then I gotta get boffies, which happens here. So this goes. I love running people over with the cart. Okay, so it's here, here, and then if I did, what if I did the Lego brick break noise? Breaking Legos. Like on another track. I feel like it should go in between. Alright, and then I'm just gonna clip this a little bit. Maybe I should just end it here. Maybe we end it here instead. Let me see. This is like the Target acquired meme. Target acquired meme. Okay, so what I need is a shine. I think I like ran over 3 people, so I'm gonna do 3 wrongs. I did. I ran over Pancake as well. I hear her in the background. What if it's like... I think I need to zoom into that. So let me take this one. And then the link clips. And then when they get hit, so like right here. Baby, birds of a feather, we should stick together and not better than... Oh fuck. Even better. I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I could love you more. Oh fuck. When does this happen? Okay, that is correct. Hi, Oso! It was beautiful. You're beautiful. Mwah. How's work going? Good, good, good. I'm just trying to think of how to cleverly do this clip. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of confused because I have an idea, but I don't have an idea. I don't know what I'm finding. Don't think I get that. What you're trying to do. So I had this clip, and what happened was I saw Boffy run into someone with a cart, and then he bonked himself with the cart, and at that moment I took the cart because I had this idea, and then Kazuya came in with an expensive Charizard card, and I ran them all over. And it was a funny hapstance, and I'm trying to edit it to be funnier. Just the whole... It is, but I need to zoom it in, like right here. Yeah. And then I want to like freeze frame it, I think, right here. I think. Like clips. Like clips. Scoop. You got this, thank you. Sounds complicated, but very funny. Yeah, a little bit, but I think I have an idea, but I don't really know. Like clips. Wait. Okay, wait. Oh wait, no, I could do it when it's like the card is coming to me, I think. So I don't actually need to split this, actually. So it should be... And it's like idea happens, so I need like an idea sound, like a ding. Video editing, FSS, light bulb. No. Ding. Oh, I have this idea. I have that sent, don't I? It's the correct sound effect, isn't it? How are you doing today, Oso? I'm sorry I didn't ask that sooner, but I hope you're having a great day. Or night. Whatever time it may be for you. I was also working on a man I went overboard with them. That's just because I like you, you know? You're just a great editor. I like all your edits. Speaking of which, I want to watch your most recent one. You put in the studio. That was actually really good. That was really good. That was actually really funny. Thanks, you cool bean. Oh, you're a cool bean. Oh no, that's different. Okay. Yeah, I know, it was funny. I like it a lot. Ding. I had an idea. I want like a thinking, like a calculation. How? I want this one. And then, transparent math GIF. Okay. And then this one. And I take this, and then I go here, and then we go here, and then it'll go here. Can I get a thicker one? Okay. I think that she's so pretty. Let me see this. Can I do finding the right green screen can be a pain, Ethan. Cause I don't really like dealing with green screens if I can, but I think for this meme I might have to. It's gonna be a bitch. It's like chroma key. No, it's 3D keyer. A 3D keyer. Just a kid. Do the thing. Oh, it's gonna need to be fusion. can I do HSL here as well? Computer's dying a little bit, but okay, so I could do this one. Where is it? Actually, there's a lot of things in here that I don't think I ever looked at. Gotta get yourself that space travel movie soundtrack. I forgot the name. The what? The what? Am I inputting? Color compressor, I think is what I want. Press saturation. Okay, I think that's fine. And then I can make the opacity a bit less. Maybe like... There's a soundtrack using memes from Space Traveling, but I forgot the name of it. Oh, interesting. I was just gonna do the Jeopardy one. The do 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 do, and then I have the idea. That was my plan. I think it'll work for now. And then I gotta make a broken Charizard. Affinity, affinity. Okay, and then go Jeopardy. I'm just gonna cut a slice out of this so I can redo it. Just do I kind of want to see if I could do like this and just do let's see, maybe I could start it from the beginning. My nephew decided to watch stream with me. Hi, nephew! Here, I'll put something cute on stream. Pick in the fridge. Oh wait, this is not what I wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do. No. Aww. Okay, hold on. A portion of the song is used as a Star Wars YouTube intro. Oh. Someone skateboarded and it scared me here. There you go. For child entertainment, we have Squisho mode. Squisho mode for the nephew. Hello. Oh wait, I can't. Oh fuck. Hello, nephew. I squish. Yeah, I squish. It's only good enough. I squish. There you go. Baby mode. You got it. I'll be a little guy. I'll be all the little guys for the little guys to be little guys. Oh wait, the screen's in the way. All the little guys on the screen. All the little guys on the screen. Widow wife. I am widow wife. Oh. That's so cute. They're so young, their hair isn't even all grown in. I love it. I love your nephew. I would eat them. Not really, but I would. Wait, no, I should do it when I grab it. So, like, here. And then I have to get target acquired. I thought there was another one, but that one works. Target acquired. Wait, no, this has to stop. Oh, I just realized this was a lot longer than I made it be. Alright, cool. And then we need a light bulb. So we need a few things for Canva. We need red star. This one. And then we need oh, we need a light bulb. Light bulb. I could just use with like just a normal light bulb. This one works. Download. Transparent background. Download. And then this one. Wait, okay, hold on. I gotta check something on my TikTok though. Sure, that's fine. Oh, I can't see. I can't sort it by that, can I? Oh, if I view my analytics, I think I can. Content. Most views. 28. Most views? Also do all views. Can I not sort it by all views? Most views. Okay, that's unfortunate that I can't look at what I was planning to look at, but that's okay, I guess. And then I want the opacity to be lower. Okay, and then extract. And then target acquired. This one I want to see about not using as many GIFs and just trying to edit me, I guess. Don't know how well that'll work, but we'll find out. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, and then the light bulb. Oops. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god. Whoop. Oh my gosh. I can't type. There you go. Oh no! There you go. Okay. Boop boop. 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 And then hi Zoe! Hi! Okay, will this just work? No, it won't. Yippee! File open. Video editing, Twitch 7. This one, Bebe Elaine. Yeah, Bebe Elaine, because a Bebe is watching us today. The fuck, where is this? Oh. Thank you for the head pats. Okay, so this one should work. It's the cops, chat. The cops have come. Wait, where is it? I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but we're gonna do it anyway. This one, and then video transition. Is there like a disintegrate one? Ooh, I have an idea. Maybe this one. Okay, so let's do like that. Nope. File open. Video editing Twitch 7. This one. And then I'm just gonna unlock it. Go here. Take this. And then I'm just gonna Alright, broken Charizard card. I think yeah. 2, 3. Being lazy with my naming conventions. You know, I'd have to go to here. And then zoom, position, rotation, angle, point. And then slide down, maybe? Slide down. I would bring it in sooner. So break it. Okay, cool. I think that's pretty good, actually. I like it. And then let's do this bad boy, which is timeline. Thinks in chaos. I actually don't know if this needs subtitles. Things in chaos. Seize cart. Okay, chaos. Brain cell forms. Target acquired. Is acquired? And then chaos ensues. Because it's a funny click by itself. It really doesn't need like it really doesn't need what do you call it? Subtitles? Because I don't really talk. It's just the things that I did. Okay, cool. And this goes here, this goes here. I should just be able to do this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I gotta go pee. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Alrighty. I did the wrong. Must have misclicked. Generate. Okay, and then I'm just gonna lower this a little bit. Apply. Okay. I think that's good for what it is. Okay. Labels, render, save. Those are all done now. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. Aw. God, he's also going. Cool. Profile. Alright, okay, so we edited videos. I need to do enshrined content. That's what I need to do. I need to download stuff for it. Download. And then I need to scroll up again. I need to pin stuff. Okay, I pin it from here. Okay. Oh, now. Ooh. Now I need to go. I go here. Then new texture and ZBrush. Actually, create new categories. Favorites. New texture intensity brush. Downloads. Enshrined. Stroke left. Close. New intensity brush. Center. Edit brush name. And then every now and then. And then I don't want this to go here. There we go. Okay, I think that's good now. Okay, I think that's fine. Here's the drive folder, the place of these root folder. Oh, the wrong count. Okay, place of I know it's always oh, and then this one. New tabs and group. Now and then. Okay, Okay, so we have the cover page, which I will add in now. Not that one. Not that one. It's not. Damn, she fine. Time get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Resources. Tried. Yeah. Okay, that's the first page. Okay, there you go. It doesn't work like that. Cool. And then instruction, hex crawl. Okay. Okay, and story overview. Okay, and then I'm just gonna. This one is a short hex crawl. What is wrong with the word hex crawl? Hex crawl. Fine. I'd rather do the dashed one if it finds a problem with it. I'm trying. Behavior. And then background. Background, the anchored, adventure hooks, adventure summary, running the adventure, entering the valley. Okay. Right, low, get low to the window, to the wall. My balls. Okay, I need to be right back. Well, actually, I can just go over here and do it. Introduction. How to use this book? Because the introduction. Oh, so they do the introduction on the next page. So the table of context takes a whole page. Do we think it will? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 50, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 25. I don't think it will, to be honest. So I think introduction can stay there. And then we can do story overview. Yeah, we can keep the chapters like story overview, actually. Okay. Watch your toes. 6, 9, damn, she fine. One time, get low. Actually, it's fine. Nope. Window to the wall. Their base text, initial. Okay, and then this will be background. And then this will be header initial. Okay. Wayward son, every place when you are done, where your weary head to rest, don't you cry no more. This one. Okay, there are people born in towns and villages. Center point. Yeah, and then okay. And what's wrong with the word cliffside? Okay. Dirt from okay, it is like that. Okay, cool. And then we would take this. Confusion. We need the margins. What the fuck? Oh. I think that's centered. That looks centered. Right there. This curve needs to go and take some block. Cool. Let's see, this is header text, header initial, header initial. Oh, let me look at my book. Because I don't know if I want to do it like that. I do. Okay. There'll be peace when you are gone. When we head to rest, right no more. Boop. Boop. Period. Yep. Okay. I don't think everything's gonna need bulleted text. So let's do like that. Then think fuck my boss is gone now. Fuck yeah, fuck him, asshole. Fuck him. Stupid overview, background, adventure hooks. That's how I wanted it, right? Introduction, background. The introduction is kind of like on this page though, so it'll be fine. And then I actually don't know what this margin is for. It's from the master page, isn't it? I actually don't know what this one's for. Cool. Kind of a lot, to be honest. Okay. Anywho. Grandpa Games, love you. Have a good time with playing games. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Alright, and then... Oh, right. We were thinking of chapters being centered in the pages, right? I think. And then just do this curve. Let's go back to here. Favorites this one. The wrong way. Can't see. It's the wrong way. Okay, and then this one. Story overview should be initial. Because it bugs me, I need to fix this to extend here. It's already done. So this one needs it. This one needs it. This one needs it. So we just did background. Adventure hooks, the ascendant. Initial text. Initial. This. Oh, Alright, and then I want this. This one. Yeah, that's locked. Cool. This one. Is the word "the" capitalized like that too in D&D? Combat encounters, modifying counter difficulty, character twists, dissipating the villain, mysteries. Actually, I could check in the content, the table of contents, can't I? No, I can't, because oh, that shit is way different. Oh shit. Okay, let me change that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Fonts. Get Bookmania. I just want it to be bolded. I also want the font color to be black. And not bolded. There we go. Save. Okay, role-playing the Ascendant. I'm gonna say, I guess. Wait, what? Shouldn't it be adventure something, running adventure? Ooh, my boys. Oh, my boys. Okay. It should be adventure summary. Header text. Initial. And then players, I'm pretty sure. Oh. And then they have like another small thing like here, which will just... Actually, we should do another text style that is based on normal style. This is the DM text. Or additional notes, actually. Okay. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, update additional notes. Font. Bookmania. Okay. Update. Okay. And then I'm gonna highlight things that are in red. How do I highlight in this? Okay, I won't do that then. Optional one shot is bolded. Cool. What you want to do? What you want to know that me. Adventure summary. And then running the adventure. Oh. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Oh, this is a little bit off. Oh, it's fine, actually. Capitals. Okay. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Noted. And this is based on. Oh, it's not okay. Would you want to be? Would you want? Would you want to go by me? This one is error. When the username in bold type. Bold. Text that appears in a box like this is insert final thing. Oh, they want to have like a little, okay. I think our resources have that, which let me grab that. Dungeons and Dragons. What does this do? No! 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 That's what that does. That's what that does. Flavor text cards, I think is what we want. Might be going a little in the paint, but this is fine. No, she's gone. It's okay, I'm back. It's okay. I'm going a little hard in the paint, but that's okay. What? It's okay. I'm right here. Don't worry. Don't you worry. You know what? And then this one. And then I'll bring it down. Then it should be approximately like so. Let me bring it on in again. And then we delete this and do this. Loud box. Allowed is spelled so weird. Allowed, okay. Center vertically. A little confused why it's doing that, but that's okay. Maybe center it too. Yeah. Then FX, drop shadow, offset shadow, and then close. I need to take this and bring this here just to make sure that it's all good. I don't like that. What is not fitting in the box? You. Okay. Alrighty. So technically this one's a little bit off. There you go. And I just centered this a little bit more. Same with this guy. Actually, no, yeah, I have to move him. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. And then I don't have the page numbers. How to do page numbers in Affinity Publisher. How to do page numbers in Affinity Publisher. Image text frame. Oh. Huh? Oh, this is just gonna be normal text. master 2 pages. Okay. Create a master page, add a text frame, insert fields. I'm just gonna look it up here. Wait, font, what? Text? Insert? Fields? Page number. Apply master to all pages, okay. But like the first page, 1, 2. Okay, that's already page 4. Cool. Yeah. So they already have all their pages. Cool. David. Cool. What's wrong with the word role playing? I think that's fine. Okay. And then this guy, and then determine the ascendance and okay, and then so the first one has all of this information. Making the adventure, entering the valley, arriving at the festival. Ooh. Where's the entering the valley? Oh. Turning the ascendant location. Turning. I don't have that in here. So. I think. Hold on. While the players are exploring the valley, they might come across a new temple site that has been constructed by the cultists who have begun to worship. I would do that as entering the valley. So we could do another as entering the valley. Yeah. So I would move entering the valley up here, running the adventure, determine, and then we'd have this one. So, hi Shadow, how are you? Duplicate. So this is now entering the valley, chapter 1. Entering the valley. I believe that's how it's supposed to look. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I almost want to do this as this, though. I feel like that's a small change, but it looks really nice. Okay, we're not gonna edit it yet, because we'll... Yeah, so we'll keep the difference, and then we'll see what they think. Yeah, okay. And then I gotta download... This one. And then go here, this one. And then art. The art's gonna go in a different place. Turn this off. Entering the Chain Valley, example title. determining, entering the valley, and then determining, entering. These don't have any bulleted or example charts. It just has this. Text blocks, chapter, table, and no read aloud box. Okay. So then it'd be role-playing the Ascendant, in my opinion. What if this was also in... Do I also change the color of this? No, I do not. Good. Okay. It's not long before. Okay. Italicize. Scoring. Dual thin. Fleet-footedness. Ignore spelling. Unfortunately cool. And the adventure summary. Yeah, I think this makes sense. And then... Oh, I didn't do the Ascendant first. Oops. This is the second one, so this needs to go over here. Actually, I just remove this. I'll take this, this. Role-playing the Ascendant, and then we would take this, but on the next page when words are being continued, I believe that we have that somewhere. Okay, I keep it there. Okay, cool. However, we are at however. Oh, we take this, so we move this. Cool. Word spelling. Role-playing the Ascendant, adventure summary, entering the valley. Actually, I think I understand why they did it like this. It's just not a lot to put on. Two pages. The Ascendant once acted as the head priest for the anchored community, the Chained Valley, one of his many duties, peering into the realm of the gods, attempting to differentiate gods by observing their blurry. I think we might have an image for the Ascendant, so maybe I should just... Maybe I should instead just do it this way. And then one spelling. This one here, and then duplicate, and then with this one we would remove the art. And then maybe we, oh, my brain is having an idea. Then we can have art here, maybe? Do I have vertical art? Placeholder text. And maybe. Like, how do they do this? Is it like, so they wouldn't break it up into, because the chapters play style, and then they keep going and going. Oh, they do actually. So, but then it's like a new chapter, and if we center it. I don't really like, it's an idea, but I don't know if I like it. So many peoples, 3 little dudes. Yeah, there was a little kid watching. Kiwi's nephew was watching, so I was trying to make it entertaining for the kiddo. So maybe we could do it like that, and then I just don't super like that, because if I do it like that, then it just kind of feels like this whole thing is part of it, but it's like, hold on, how long is this? It's like a whole paragraph. Oh, you not entertained? Exactly. Alright, I will try it. So, chapter goes here. So this will go after. How goes things? Good. I'm just testing the stuff. Oh, oops. This doesn't need a chapter. I am incorrect. Does the Ascendant have art pixels? Is the Ascendant going to have art? Yes or no? I'll go back to normal mode. Chunkum will get out of here. Very much yes, but we don't have this. Okay. Nope. That's fine. Then we'll do it like this. Where did it go?
I thought I put it at. I did.
You thought boy did that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You did see a putty tat, technically. I did. I saw too. Why is it limiting it? Hold on. I realized I didn't read the whole thing. It's not because of moderation. Not related. The table of contents in the Word doc is too bloated. Maybe don't use that as a good idea. What do you mean? What do you mean? Dude, literally though, I was looking at the D&D guide, the DM's stuff. Their table of contents is 2 rows long. Yours guys will only be 1 row long. I think you'll be fine. But he fucked up my headers. Got it. Well, yeah, because this doesn't have this. The running of the adventure doesn't include the Ascendant and role-playing the Ascendant. So, just saying. Write it differently, like 2 columns. Yeah, we probably could, but it's fine. So I gotta make sure this is updating right. Adventure summary. Oh, and then I have it twice. Do I have it twice? The Ascendant. Adventure summary, running the adventure. Entering the valley. Arriving at the festival. Arriving at the no rush. Just testing stuff. Arriving at the festival should be that one. So it should be. The fuck? Why is that not capitalized? It should be. Refresh? Okay, the Ascendant. Role-playing the Ascendant. Why is there 2 of these, though? Did I duplicate it too much? Save. Blah, 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 blah. But will give me a sub to a channel where I was gone. Yay! How nice! Very interesting, but also nice. Why is it saying this? Adventure hooks. The Ascendant. Role-playing the Ascendant. The Ascendant. The Ascendant. And then it should be entering the valley. Why is this here twice? Maybe I accidentally copied it? Oh, it's saying it's on page 3 as well. Oh. Silly me. There we go. Running the adventure, the Ascendant. Role-playing the Ascendant, and then chapter 1, entering the valley, arriving at the festival. And that will be read aloud. The Ascendant, entering the Chain Valley, and then arriving at the festival. This is header initial, and then header text. Header text. What's the matter, Moira Bug? At the festival. Oh my goodness, Moira is so upsetty. My poor baby. Oh my goodness, she is so upset. Space. Read for the players. Read aloud. This is a read aloud section. Hello? Oh my goodness.
We need to create a design for a box to put read aloud stuff in.
Oh, like this maybe?
Thank you.
Cackle. Pog.
Is that something that, like, if we want versions or changes, is relatively easy to change?
No, because it came from... I have resources, so it came from this. But it can just be a placeholder one for now, because if we're going to have a longer one, it's going to look bad because stretching it and stuff, so...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, because a lot of them, they use something that's, like, really modular, so it makes sense why they do, because sometimes it needs to be long. Okay, that works.
So we can just use that as a placeholder for now, and then you guys can have a different one later.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Moira, what's on the door?
And she woke up, and she came to the door and started screaming at him. I don't know.
Poor Bean. Oh, look at the Discord on my second monitor. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the baby. The baby was watching my stream. I'm not very baby friendly, but babies like to watch my streams. Lady M's baby likes to watch my stream too.
Because Chunky is baby shape.
Chunky, but I wasn't Chunky. I wasn't Chunky when the nephew watched. I wasn't Chunky. I put the Chunky on after so the baby maybe would stay. Okay, I'll want to get lucky. Look at the baby. Look at
She leaned into it, but I was not holding her.
No more touching the baby. He did it. He did reach for Squisho, but got upset. He couldn't grab. I'm a monster. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I am the reason for your plight. Yeah, this shit's weird. Because it's not going to be able to get bigger.
How much she purr?
I feel no purr. I do not feel. I do not feel no purr. You lied to me. There is no purr. Oh, when you stay still. I think it's because my hand is like, oh, baby. She's like, okay, mom, stop touching me. Maybe you just need to design a Squisho plush to make it up to him. Oh, well, we can fund that after we fund. Oh my god, I already got $25 towards the comic.
That's awesome. I'm
so excited. I can't wait to sit in animation hell for a little while as I try to figure out how to animate certain parts of it that I've been talking about. Smart.
Let me know if there's anything you need for this, okay?
Nope. Oh, so you did just like taking a break and then you're not.
Taking a break, eating. I think he's gonna go to the gym.
Go to the gym?
He has to go every day.
You guys have 2 read lines?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be meeting with him at 9. Probably gonna be a little bit of writing stuff, but mostly we're talking about the art stuff that we
One side. Really quick. I'm just gonna finish this page, and then I'm gonna like upload it so that way you guys can get a feel. Because I realized, we could use the enshrined text for all the fonting.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to test that here as well. Because it kind of looks nice. Like, I don't know why we don't use it more, but like.
Is that the font we use?
Yeah, this is the Alexander Quill.
Yeah, no,
it just looks nice. But this is I did it here as well, I guess. But here we use the normal Bookmania, so you guys can look at both options.
Okay.
But I'm just going to finish this page, and then you guys can go from there.
Yeah. No, I want to lean into more style than just like the default D&D stuff. If we become super successful and have our stuff on D&D Beyond, then it can look like every blue book.
Sounds good. I also put, whenever you guys don't have the actual things, like link to appendage page, so on and so forth, I'm making it like this, so you guys can know. Cool. Goddamn, there's like 40 Band-Aid wrappers in my car right now. I need to improve my knife skills. Yeah, or a reusable Band-Aids aren't a thing, right? Because of the bio. Okay, silly question. Okay, never mind.
I mean, in old times they would use cloth that they then like boil and sanitize.
Yeah, so Vex should just boil and sanitize some cloth and fix her on up.
You could do that.
Yeah, Vex, instead of using Band-Aids, just use a cloth thingy and then that'll work. What are you using to format? I'm using Affinity Publisher. When you get Affinity Designer, like when you get a perpetual license for Affinity Designer, you get all 3. And it's nice. If you get it on Black Friday, even better. I'll make it the same thread. I'll do that. I do for my wife. Take care of yourself or you're going in a bubble. Oh, bubble. Bubble. Staying at the festival, I think, is its own thing. So. It needs to go down here. I think that's good. Staying at the festival. Text. Header. No, I like you, but don't bubble me! Well, then don't get hurt. Easy. Oops, on that one. Okay, tents are available for 5 silver a night. DC 14. I'm thinking I'm gonna make this an example. So we're already here. Performance check, italicize. For modest practices. I think I like that. That sounds awesome. Publisher looks like it's more flexibility than other formatting. It took me a little bit to like figure it out, but I do like this. And I don't know if other things have this, but it's like this is how you format things. So let's say, oh, this is a chapter no, this one's a header, but I want it to be a chapter, and then you just click on it and it just becomes that, and it's pretty nice. I made like a cheat sheet for all my other things just because I needed it, and then they have a master page, which is really nice because it'll like give you like automatic page numbers and give everything the same background. But I think it's pretty nice. Obviously not sponsored, but Affinity does have a very nice like trial version that lasts for like 6 months. So if you ever wanted to try it out, I would definitely say go for it. It's been serving me very well. The only one I haven't used, which I think may be surprising to Pixels personally, is I have not used Affinity Photo yet. And it's interesting, and I say that he might be surprised because that one is most closest to how Photoshop works, I believe, in its functionality. So but I like designer. Designer is just, I think, more of how my brain works personally versus Photoshop, because Pixels edits photos and stuff. Like, he's a photographer, so like it just makes more sense. Although most books are just text and don't need much, I played around with a formatter and editor, a Scriniver, and it has everything I need. That's good. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I would definitely say that like D&D books are definitely more stylized. Festival ground purpose. Okay. Initial. Oops. But modularity makes me happy. Modularity makes me very happy, and the fact that this has so much modularity in it, and I don't know if others do the same. I think I worked in Illustrator, Adobe. No, it wasn't Illustrator. It was their publishing one. I worked in theirs one once, and I just wasn't feeling it at all. So I had to do it for a class. I don't want this centered. And that. And then I'm going to refresh this. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna close this guy because we don't need him for right now. This should arriving at the festival. Oh, I should fix that. Because I didn't mean to. Let me fuck it up. Festival. Purpose. Save. There we go. I think it'd be helpful when I start looking at making compendiums for my different. Yeah, definitely. Like, it's just so modular. And, like, even, like, if you were just, like, I don't know, like, you could just make a template and then use it for everything. So. Okay. Let's make this a PDF, export. We're just gonna put this. Yeah, I'll just put that there. And then I'm gonna close these guys because I don't need them. And I think I might have crashed Affinity though. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, and then I'm gonna put this in here. I should have did, instead of mockup, let's do whip 001. Okay. So that way they don't get lost with the other ones. Okie dokie. Oh my god, I think, yeah, fucking. Hold on. No, I'll do it later. Okay, cool. Alright, coolio. That will be that for today. So they can go over that later. Video producer. Let me download everything. I download everything except this one. Download that now. That one's good. I have to fix a video, a short that I uploaded here. Shorts. Edit. I just want to add milkgg for this. Save. Pog. Back. Alright, that's all good. That's all good. I'm actually gonna start. Let me see. There's actually some things I need to do. I wanna start. Okay. Start Mew model rig chibi. And then Gore's repo model. So I'll start with Mew stuff first, I think is what I'm gonna do. On Projects Live 2D. Mew small. Actually, I'll just do them as small babies. And then we'll have Mew's folder. Oops. Mew's folder. I'll organize that for just a little bit because I need to update my Live 2D. It's out of date. And then, but I can deal with that later. And then I'll work on Gore's thing and then we'll be good. Open. Small PBs, Mew, Chibi Mew. Yeah, we can do half for the preview. Poggin, it's so cute. I don't know how I'll do. Oh, they're combined it into it. Okay, cool. Hair clip. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. Nope. Oh, also, Kiwi, I'm sorry, I didn't reply to you when this, you said that you didn't know that I was going to be animating, the comic. Yeah, it's not going to be a lot. I just want to do some special effects. Like, there's parts where, like, she's supposed to blink open, her eyes are supposed to open and close and stuff like that, and I want to do those. And then I want to do some, it's mostly like motion effects, less so animation, I think. But same. same, but different. Okay, the background can get locked. Dress body bangs. Like you're lying in bed one. Yeah, kind of. That one, like, since I already animated that one will be animated and be put in there. Though I'm having another artist, Tell, who made the final panel, add BLT to that. But like, the first panel is actually very similar, in that is like, lore, page 1. This one, her eyes, I want it to flutter close. This, she'll go, like, to the right, and then to the left, and then to the right again. And then these might just move. Might be, like, just simple transitions. This one, I'll probably try to do some special effects with. Same with this one. And then this one, I want to transition the light into it. This one will probably just be a move. This one, I want to try to make the mouth, like, smile more. This one, probably I want them to peek out. And then I might just do, like, move transitions on these. And then this one's obviously already animated with it, and then we'll animate BLT. So it is a good amount of work, and also I'm going to have to time it to the music, which I think the biggest thing will be timing it to the music and making sure it just all flows well, but, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. I think I just kind of want to mesh everything right now. And then also, Gore wanted a new repo PNG. So I have to think about what I'm going to do with that information in my brain. Okay, I think that's good. Turn that off. Bangs. How do I want to do this one? I think... Oh, right. No, I'm going to do it like how I normally do it, which is... I'm going to erase all this, and then we're going to take this. It'll be a great promo, and you could probably set something up so it plays before stream when you're on break. Yeah, or something like that. That would be kind of cool. That's for sure. Yeah, because I technically have a lore video. It's on my YouTube channel. Did I private it? I might have privated it, actually. Oh, where is it? To existence. It's right here. No. Actually, did I ever post it? Oh, no, this is, haha, I never posted it. Hee. I never posted it. I can share it. I can share it. I have it in here. Yeah, it was just like this. It was a lot of this. To be honest, it's not like this, I'll just send it to you, Kiwi, if you ever want to watch it. Because I don't want it. It's not, I didn't render it out completely the way I would have done it when I debuted. But, it's not like this and the other one can't go hand in hand. They're just different parts of my life, you could say. Alright, I hope I can do this well. My wife made this beautiful art, and I want to do it well. Oh God, I was figured out. I know what you think about. a hotkey to go between these? I don't think there is. Actually, here, let's do it like this. Yeah, and then this one, and this one. My brain doesn't make sense. I think this makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because this needs this. And then this will go here, and then this, and this. I think that looks pretty normal. And then take this. Let's grow up to woke up to me, touch to. Cause you're enough, you're enough. And Momo Bean. Move this side, please. Alright. And then how do I want to do this? Oh wait, and then this goes here, and then that. I kind of did this outside part off, but I think it's okay. Boop, 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 boop. Connect. And then we get that, and then this one, and then this one, and then like that. And then I want to flex horizontally. And this. Let's do mirror edit. And then here. Honestly, if you shorten the transition between each panel, put it with a relevant audio behind it, I could see it doing pretty. Oh, you know, I never thought about that. That one though, I don't know if I could use it on TikTok because I did not pay for a commercial license. So with this new lore video, I will be getting a commercial license with it. Because I don't know if Sora would be okay with me using it on TikTok. I'd have to ask. Because they brought it up this time. They didn't bring it up last time. So I'm presuming it's because they're doing it now. I don't know. I'll have to ask. Because the last thing I want to do is make any of my artists mad at me. So at this point, though, I will say, not to be overly giddy or anything. I'm being overly giddy. I'm very excited to debut again. Because a lot of it is just because of the support of you guys, to be honest. I didn't think, I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't think I'd be able to think about having a new lore video. Never hurts to ask. I know some artists don't care and others are more business about it. Yeah, because like, I don't technically, at this current state, I don't make money off of TikTok. TikTok does nothing but grow me. Because, like, I mean, I met you, Kiwi, that way, right? I met you through TikTok. Which, blessing, really. But, I don't make anything off of TikTok. TikTok just kind of exists for me, and it do be doing what it be doing, you know? And I make content every day on it, but it's never a guarantee for things. So, what was I talking about? Cause like, I think initially my manager wanted me to make money off of TikTok, but it was like, it's hard. Cause to even get considered for the Creator Fund program, you have to be like big now. You know, it's not just, I forgot how you came up on my feed. It might have been organic because occasionally get, because yeah, same. I sometimes will get small VTubers on my TikTok as well. Though to be fair, not to be a gay bean, in a negative way, I don't want to see YouTube VTubers on my normal TikTok. I want cat memes. I want weird baked bean memes on my normal TikTok. But they just kind of meld sometimes, and it's just what it is. Lurk dinner, my wife is calling me to eat. No problem. Have a good din. Have a good dinner. Have a good dinner. Brain rot on the personal. Yeah, exactly. I want brain rot on the personal TikTok. Have a good dinner. I hope I'm doing this right. I don't really know if I am. I'm gonna make a I might ask Mew to redo this. Or to split this, if she can. So that would be nice. Oh, we can't do it like that. Fuck. Okay. Then I will take this section of the bangs. Thank you, trust. And boop. Did I ever finish being mushy about stuff? I'm just very thankful for you guys allowing me the chance to have a new debut lore video. A little goes a long way, you know. You for the boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. All into your hands, like a living spirit. I have you forsaken me. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. me see, not that one. This one. What? Oh. Yeah, and then I just have to do one of these. Oh. Boop, boop. Actually, I think I'm just gonna draw this one. Let's connect it here. And one here. Oh, don't do that. Do it here, here. And then here. Should change my stream title. Or stream category to art. Art. A finger to the world, to the world, to the world. Like that. Boop, boop. Just one eye, alright. One right here. And just put one in the middle. So it has the structure. Shut. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop. And then auto connect. And then I'm gonna take this. Oh no, I think you're right when you says. Meshes R. Flip horizontal. Just recenter that one. Doop, doop. This one won't need much. Done off. Like the remainder. Trying to be as cool as you. And then this one. Okay. Fuck it. Like this. Be together, babe. Says I'm blue. Boop. Okay. Put you in the summer. Okay. And then I'll just scoot it. this one, and this one. Select horizontally. And then this one goes here. Like this. I think that's good. It's all blue. Hello, Moira. Oh, hi, wife. It's baby me. It is baby you. I'm just doing all the meshing really quick because I can actually bring that box back. Nope, nope. I want the whole box. Oh, I said the whole box. There we go. Oh. Sweet treat time. Oh, we love a sweet treat. Yippee. In for the head paps. I have to look up how these worked because there was a way you can glue this to the face and I forgot what it was. So I'm just gonna keep this like this for now until I remember how to do that for the thingy. And then here. Also, let me bring up my mini so it actually looks like I'm doing stuff. Go horizontally. Crease. Left eye under. Oh, the little cute little eye bag. That's cute. Just erase these guys. And then for now, it should just be this one. And then this. I just realized something, and that'll be fine. I'll do that too. Backdoor. Okay. In for free. Actually, this needs to be longer. There we go. And then this, and then this one. Actually, I'll just give me the square. Little highlights. There. Turn this one off. And then this one. Horizontally scoot. Yep. Now we can turn this off, this one. Control. No, you don't. Okay. Turn that off. Erase this guy. Wait. Oh, okay, we just did 3 by accident, okay. This one, let's drag it on over. Yep. And I highlight 2. I'm gonna use the same one. So I'm just gonna get a little bit smaller. Yep. And this guy, I gotta erase all of this. And do this. Confirm it. Close it. And then I light. Oop. and go insane. Make it rain. Oh, I love this eye light. It looks so pretty. It's like a little pearl. So simple, but it's so pretty. Yeah, that should be fine. There they are. Flip horizontally. Boop. It's about to blow. And then the poople. Cancel. It's this button. Boop, boop, boop. Pupil L, pupil R. Boop, boop. Horizontal. Run, boy, run. Eye marks. Okay, I'm going to take, because this is going to be the same for both of them. So I'm going to do this one first. Bloop. I'm going to add a bit more words to this actually. It's time to run. Bloop. And then take this guy. Scoot it over. Alright, and that should be good. Check. This one, this one, this one. This one, paste. Check. Alright, whites we won't do yet. Eye marks this one. Nope, not that one. Another day, eh? Hide away, eh? Confirm. Boop, 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 boop. Confirm. And now the eye whites, which will be this one, which I'll just take all of this. Dupe. Actually, I think this might be better. This one, this one. And flip horizontally. I'm just gonna move it over. Oop. There we go. And this, and this. Okay, so turn these all back on, off. Turn these all back on. And the eyes can be turned off. And then the markings, dark nose, faces, and then the head. Let's do the head. Because I, again, don't know how I want to do the markings and stuff. Because they'll be done differently. I think I know how I'm going to do them. I think I remember how the video said they were going to do them. Ooh. Sponge like fun. The star keeps shining. And it's what likes funds. Y'all got in common is this shit said and done. Done, done. Dead fucking roach in the city that we run. Leaves when my eyes grow. The leaves looking high nitro. Idle. Where you go, wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Carry him with a... Shift E. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, baby. Boop, 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 boop. And then most times I do it like this. Oops. Going idle. Because wherever I go, meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ah. Hopefully this will work the way I think it'll work, but I don't know. It's not really like, I don't really have a method of doing faces. Okay, roach in the city that way. Fonts, 2025. 18. How did they do it? Oh, with the meow, meow, meow. We're gonna hit them with the I don't know how the faces. With the I like mine now. With the I'm just gonna fix this part then. I feel like this one's gonna need to be split into 3, I think. So I'm just gonna do it like this. And do it like this. And auto connect. And I think I'll do just a square maybe for the other ones, but I'll just copy and paste them because I can. Let's do it like this. I have an idea about this one, but I won't know until I do it. Nope. I don't want to do the face markings, the other ones. I love face markings. They remind me of the Mikote ones in Final Fantasy. And my VTuber had them vaguely for a little bit. I think my 3D model did for a little bit. And we both have like a little nose mark, which is super cute. Okay. Let's do mouth. Lip line. And this goes here. And then it's gonna need the... I'm gonna do like 4. I'm gonna go like that. I really wish there's like a way to do like a straight line. I don't think there is. How is that so off? Oh, because the other side is off. This one's off. Unconnect. Lip bottom line. This lip top. Okay. I think this one can just be a square. I don't think this one has to be special. I could be wrong though, so I'm just gonna cancel. Go back to lip line. I'm just gonna take this one just in case. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Fangs. Do the same thing. Let's keep them both in here. Yep. Lip bottom. Ooh. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you doing today? How are you doing? And then mouth inside. This one actually can just be a square though. Yep. Okay. Markings, head, braid, ears. This one. Oh, this could be very similar to the mouthpiece, I think. Except a little bit different. I'm good. How was stream? Good. You know me, just doing all the art that my brain can muster. You know, just doing every single art form that there can be for me. Pretty normal day. Just vibing. We started a possible fund for my debut lore. So I talked to the artist that I originally worked with my debut lore, and they said they'd love to work with me again. So now we have that possibility. I don't know if I like that. I think I would honestly bloop 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 bloop, and then this one up. And this one. Oh, that is good that it's about. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's really nice. Like, because when I first debuted, technically, I worked with them, and they were super nice and super like helpful with everything, and it was just really nice to know that they wanted to work with me again and had that availability, because there's not a lot of artists that I have worked with that still do stuff, or like they're on to bigger and better things. So yeah. You had an idea while you were eating? What idea did you have? What is this idea? I want to hear. Okay, bluffing. And I'm making these messages weird. Okay. So I'm stuffing. And then the braid. Dude, I have been like peckish, and I have grapes at my desk, and I've been thinking about it for like the past hour. And my brain's like, yeah, I'll eat grapes. And then I don't. Let's get stuff. What? And then I want mesh width to be thinner. Name is Charlene. Since Buffy and I are the main ones who send TikToks on Friday, we could start a group on there. Ooh, I didn't. You can have group chats on TikTok? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. But yeah, I'd be down for that. Nothing. You old bitch. Shift E. Fiber. I think that's fine. Boop boop. Mr. Clean. Okay, a whole damn team. Oh my god. We'll look at chat in 2 seconds. No, fuck. Okay, well that wasn't the amount I wanted, but go off. There you go. Auto connect. I don't know how well that is gonna work as a mesh, but I think it'll be okay. I just need to friend him. Sounds good. Horizontally. Alright. Braids are done. I just want to do the hair back right now. Mirror edit. Make. Oh god, that's thin. Okay. There you go. I might do this one a little more broad stroke shapes. God damn it. I did not mean to have so many. Oh my god. Did I fuck it up? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna play some New York Times games really quick. Okay. I might have broke Affinity. Or not Affinity, I might have broke Live 2D. Original defending individual. Hoop. Repeated words that lead up to blank a big cheer. Hip, 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 hip. Hooray! Okay. What puzzle solvers don't look down on? I don't know. And garment, which is totally acceptable to get food stains. Apron. Doing the dishes or mowing the lawn. Chores. Oh, Lisa. Oopsie? It's not oopsie? Haha. Image of a compass. For Safari? What? Oh, what? Oh! What puzzle solvers don't look down on? Oh, that's... Oh, oopsie. Ipsy? What the fuck? Isn't it oopsie? Oopsie? The U? I thought it was an O. I thought that were an O. Upsy daisies. Oopsie. Oopsie daisies? Are they? I think. I don't know. Motor. Tomato. Vroom. That's a good one. Oh. These are getting shorter. I feel like they're cucking us. They're not letting us get as many words, I feel like. Alright, audio. Cool. Julio. I want to guess something. Just do like burst. Oh, curio. Yippee! Alright. Life is a highway. Yard? That's a song. Life is a highway. That's from the Cars movie? Life is a highway. Ka-chow? Coat. Homes? Games? What? Life is a highway. Well, life is a game. Like the game of life. I want to spell curio like curio for some reason. That honestly feels right. Honestly. Life is a highway? Is lyric in this? Hobo or book, maybe? Hobo? Book. Damn. Wanna live a life from a new perspective. What the fuck? Who cares about boot. The fuck? Motel? I am so confused. I'm thinking road trip stuff. Oh, okay. So, what about a rest stop? Snacks, chips. I see roads. Road. Trip. Nice. Rest stop. Maybe I was trying to make pit stop work. Rest. I don't think it's rest stop because the E's are too far away. Come and go. Oh, it's gonna be, it's audio book. Photos. I Spy? Oh. Wait. Wait, where's I Spy? I think it's too far away. Sonic. Station. Scenery. Oh, nice! Stay brain cell! Okay, what is this last one? Oh, it's a playlist. This one was stupid. This was a stupid theme. I think I crashed my live TD. Guys, I think I crashed my live TD. And I don't think I've saved. Let me see. Live 2D auto saves. Okay, let me see if we have a backup, because if we don't, yes, we're gonna go to 3D art. Cause cries. Is it save door to set an auto backup help, auto backup folder? Let's see, I think it's in FTD app data roaming live 2D backup. Sort by date. This one, okay. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna cry. Actually, let's just drag and drop it. Yes. 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 Okay. Well, I got half of it done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's fine. This could have been very bad for us, chat. This could have been very bad. Needle Teedle. Fuck Needle Teedle. Art projects. Live 2D. Small BB's Mew. CPU. Save. That could have been big bad balls. Okay, connections time. My favorite. Final destination. Train stops. Blocks, ball, masks, papers, foils, jacks, jackets, route, attendance, gloves, starting point, homework. Stop, blocks, foils, jacks? I think so? Fuck, okay. Final papers, homework, and attendance for school? Yes. Jackets, masks, gloves. Are all things people wear? Destination, route, stops. Destination, route, stop, starting point. Nice. If I cut my arm bleeding. This is dynamite. Jacket, gloves, masks, jacks. No, I feel like that's not it. Train? Like trainers? Trainers are like shoes. So maybe like this? Fuck. Blocks. It's not foils. What is the ball for? What do you mean? You don't wear a ball. You just have balls. Oh, what the fuck? Well, what do I do now? Foils, jacks, blocks. I thought maybe varsity jacket. Interesting. Cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. Foil train. I want hints. Give me hints. 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 2 out of 5. Suck my dick. Which ones do I have? Purple and blue. Blocks and gloves. Fucking kind of already knew that. Because with this one, it was 1 away. And with this one, it was 1 away. Train. Blocks and gloves. That from that led, my friend. I think I did this one already. No, I just feel like this one's... These all, like, protect something? Maybe? Because, like, you foil, you cover food in foil, you wear gloves for protection, you wear a jacket, a mask. What the fuck would this mean? Jacks, blocks, train, ball. Kids' toys. That makes sense. Pick up jacks. Okay, nice. And then I must, yeah, and then fencing gear. What the fuck is a foil in fencing? Fencing? What, is that the sword? A foil is one of 3 weapons. Oh, it's one of these. Ew. That makes sense. Pog. Good job, team. Alright, let's do Gore's repo model. And then we'll do... And then I want to get a snack, I think? I just want more chip. The sword is more flexible than a classic saber. Oh, it's like the bendy ones that you see in the TV show. That makes sense. I can't type. I'm like leaning and I can't type. New. Open scene. This one. Let's see this. New one. Oh, that doesn't work. I just go one, okay. And then I need a Gore's PNG. Mode. No. From that ledge, my friend. She was set back from the ledge, my friend. Scissors. And then I think we could reuse the needle for this. Just do the needle in different proportions. And it'll just be like that. And this would become rounder, I think. Yeah. Whoop. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I do it a different way instead. Thank you. I've been given chippas. Oops. Why is this brush so big? Or is it so small? It is very small. Okay. Cut this in half. What? Oh, right, the inside. Forgot about the inside. Please. It would probably only be like this long. I need to rotate it a bit though. Reset. Oh. I'm gonna take this guy. I'm just gonna take me by the hand and move it to the man. I've got the sand. Go. Modify this a bit. And I'll smooth it on out afterwards. And smooth this guy. Fix him up, because he's all fucky wucky. There we go. I could just do it like this. Ooh, edge. Boop. Edge. Alright. And then this. And then I think I'll bevel this, I think. Yeah, let's do it like this. And soften it. Again. What the fuck? Why is this like off? Are we mistaken? Me is not my family. In your head, I think. There we go. Reset mirror. he has to mistaken. Okie dokie. What the heck? Two vertices. There we go. Bobby has friended. You can try the group chat if you wanted to do a small test of it. Sound good. I am down for whatever. You know my schedule. So I am down for anything. I want to make it a bit thinner, I think. Yeah. It's not available in this region. Oh my goodness. What do you mean? What do you mean the UK doesn't allow group chats? How does that even work? Well, it was a good idea. And if, you know, we get more people who want to do, want to send me TikToks, you know? I really, really, really want to see a cigar. Scissors. Scissors. Be my lover, be with my friends. Whose friendship never ends. Be my lover, you have done today. It's crazy. How big is this? I wanna see it. friends. Forever friendship will end. There's no one anyone. These guys just be a little bit bigger. Some of these bottom guys. And then okay, then we have this guy, Teddy. You just fade away. And then I will do glasses. Oh. Circle. Magic mode. Oops. It was just you'd be a clown by now. I'm still standing. Alright, and then this. Oops. So I feel like this was a lot of edges. Yeah. Believe. Recent. One more thing in here. There we go, and then I'm just gonna remove every other one. Huh? There we go. I have a feeling that these are supposed to be like this. Supposed to be domed. Okay, now those are done. So now we have reset. UV planar. UV camera based. Oh, these don't have. Cool. Unfold. Okay, cool. And this is UV camera based. Both of these. And you show, unfold. Boop, boop. Ooh, this is not. I think these are. There you go. Do it faster, stronger, better, faster, stronger. That don't kill me. Only makes me stronger. Yep, now. Oh, did I not? UV camera based. I've been on ya. Alright, these guys, UV show. Unfold, optimize. Orange shows layout. Let's do this layout instead. It works. I'm not sure anymore. Glasses. Delete. Still stronger. Not that don't kill me. It only makes me stronger. And then combine. Teddy, cool. Wait much longer. Rendering this one. What is this one? Say nothing because I did it wrong. Main head, okay. Nui good on me head 2. Export. Repo. Oops. Commissions. This is texture set. Kill me. Actually. Dude, hurry up now. I don't wait much longer. Glasses. Scissors. Teddy. Save. Alright. How to make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Unity, because that's gonna take forever to fucking open. Never told you. Never told you. Whoa. Dang it, spooky guy. He makes me stronger. What are we doing? Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. Ooh. So I opened it twice again. New. Select. Projects, repo, commissions. Second one, texture set. Bake. Use. Bake. If I told you. On ya. Told you. Alright, now I need downloads. Open this image. This is this color. Ooh, what you making? I'm making a custom repo model accessory for my friend Gore. How are you today, Yukoshira? How you doing? Having a good day? I hope so. This is for the scissors. This is for the teddy. But I will do it like this. Zarina Aqua, hello. Hi. How's it going? How are you? Teddy. And then the glasses. Glasses, which are black. Morning, you could say. Well, good morning to you. I hope you're having a lovely morning. I'm trying to think. Add black mask. Boop. Add black mask. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just making my friend a little custom repo accessory. That's what I like to do, but I got so nervous, so I started watching stream. Mood! I was rigging my wife, my friend Miu's chibi model. It is very cute. It is very cute. We are gonna have matching models. And so I started doing that, but then I might have almost crashed my live 2D. So I took a break from it because I didn't want to cry. I want to get lucky. Alright. Yeah, scissors. Scissors. I kind of want to be a little lazy, because I can be. Cylindrical projection. Cropped to shape. Oh my god. Nope. It's that button. If I have paths. We've come too far. Little 3D models are so cute. Yeah, they're designed by my friend Gore. Oops, that's not. This was Gore's model. I make little custom repo accessories. This is one for another one of their characters. I also made one for myself. It's not on. There we go. It's my ears, and I also made my own bow. So I said, fuck it. So I made my bow as well. That's so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I made it myself. Yeah, it was a lot easier to do these than I thought it would be. But, yeah. My friend and I art traded for one. It's for their alternate model. So that's what I'm doing. Get lucky. Alright, cool. See. Okay. And then they had another one right here. Oops. And then I want... That's good now. And now Teddy has a black layer. Thank you for the follow! That means so much! Oh my god, thank you! I hope you have a good time here at the Milk Club, and I hope I can accompany you while you do whatever the fuck you're doing. Gotta do the little... I think it's like a line. Okay, so I think how this works... Paint. And the hardness to be more hardness. Size to be smaller. It needs to be like that. It's like thinner even. And then vertically. Another vertically. But like this is shorter because they're tiny little baby stitches. Tiny little baby stitches. A very good time indeed. Good luck with your matchy accessories. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good luck with your live 2D stuff. I hope it works out wonderfully. Better than you even hoped, perhaps. Oh, no. That's not what I want to do. No. There we go. And then he's got the little tummy sander. Thank you, of course. And feel free to like ask me any questions or tell me updates or share them with me. I love seeing updates from people. Bloop bloop. And a little tummy incision. I think that's... Oh, but they have pins in them. I didn't see that. Well, it's gonna go on their head anyway, so... Speaking of it going on their head, though, I should move the feet forward, I think. It's gonna sit on their head. Yeah, probably. Because then it looks like it's sitting. But I can do the other bits while I wait for that. Okay, so... add a paint. Up, over, down, up, over. Oh wait, but it's like up, and then in, and then down like that again. And there's another one. And then make it a bit thicker. And then make the pressure thinner. Same with, oop. Well, I just wanna click the other end. I think it's all thinner than that though. Elaine, hi Joker. Hi, how are you doing today? I don't like that. Yeah, and then boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Nope. I just want to move it. Are you? Oh, look, it's good on me. It is. I gotta move the little feetsies. On his feet. The feet. Just realized I didn't change much, but that's okay. There we go. Export, repo, wait, no. Commissions, Nuigoromi, second one. Teddy, yes. Bloop. Bloop. I'll have to fix it, but that's okay. Edit, reinform mesh. How is the cute cat cow? I am doing good. I am good. We got a lot of stuff going on. Or not going on, but we did a lot of stuff today. I did some video editing. I did I started a live 2D model for me and Miu. Now I'm doing this. I also did some commission work today, so very productive today. I don't say thank you. I just do what I want. Want to dance with me and get to have what I want. How are you doing now? Are you having a good day? Did you have a good day? Do what I want. To mess with me. I want to have what I want. Please, I don't say thank you. I just do what I want. Alright. File. Export textures. Art projects, repo, commissions. Nuigoromi, second one. Select. Whoop. Export. Don't say thank you. Please. Commissions. Nuigoromi, second one. Pictures. Had a rough one, but it's all okay now. I'm here and I'm happy. Oh, I'm sorry you had a rough one. But I'm glad that, you know, it's better now. And if you ever need to talk about it, I'm here for you. Second set. And that I adore you being here and I adore seeing you chat. Are we in house music mood? I'm just playing whatever the DJ is playing. And I guess so. So I guess so. Yeah. It's kind of down for whatever, really. I'm very much not picky with my music, so I just do what I want. Oh. I don't say thank you, I just do what I want. I don't say please, I don't say thank you, I just do. Yes. Little monikers. I just do what I want. That's what we had to have what I want. Is that like the vibe of those glasses? Yeah, it is. A little bit smaller though. Yeah. Materials. Hell yeah. Good vibes all around. Do this one. That one's fine. Thank you for the wellness check.
I would like to
I
see
have
the
not
baby.
Do 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 do. I would like to see the baby. I like that audio. Alright, this one goes here. And the glasses, materials. Well, let's place everything first. And the scissors. I love the song. I like the other songs more, but I like this one too. It's like where it is, right? I would bring it back a little bit more, actually. So out there, no one to hear my prayer. Man after midnight. I just realized something, but that's okay. Right, materials. these 3, need this one. Oh, these 3, need this one. And go down, and I'll go to textures 2D, and then we're gonna drag and drop this in here, and then we're gonna make this whole thing matte, I think. Yeah, I think I want it to be more matte. I forgot to rebake the fuck! Forgot to rebake the shadows so the feet leggies are off now. That's fine, I can redo it. But overall, this is looking good though. Open recent. This one. Bake. Return this one to this guy. Export textures. Export. Close. Save. Close. Re-import. And I'm gonna go here and redo that there and redo that there. That didn't work. Why did it not work? Re-import. Refresh. Delete it. Alright, let me just re-import it then. Boop 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 boop. There we go. There we go. And now we create empty. We call this Nui Guromi Head 2. Let me take this whole set, put it in here. Oh. Oops. Second set. I should just put it in here. There we go. Looking good. And then animation. Where is it? Is it this one? It is. Now renders. Where did you render to? Missions renders. What? Mission. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay. Right, this one needs to. Wait, were they both? They were both. Boop. Boop. Done. Let's get down to business. There you go. Well, let's get down to business. Save, and now we're going to go to Tools, Head Decoration Builder. We're going to drag and drop this guy. I thought. It should be this one. To the head, head 2, add models to list, build all assets and bundle. Okie dokie. Asset bundles. We head to HHH copy. Make it only here. Close, save, close. And then I gotta go to R2 modman. Select game. Profile. Configure settings. Browse. Now we gotta go to repo. Profiles, this one. Pepin. Config. Nope. Plugins. The weird one. More heads. Decorations. We go to head 2. And then we can close this guy. Start modded. The business. Let's get down to business. Gotta go bathroom, chat. Gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while this loads, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm back, bitches. Alright. Yep. Load save. Yep. Because it's not gonna matter, because I'm just gonna be in a lobby. Moorhead. What's my testing one? This is like a little night one. I don't want to. Okay. Hog. Hog. Looks like it worked. Night. Where's the hat? I just want to see it without the hat. Head. Seems die. Good lord, where is this hat? There it is. Cool. I want to see something. I think I like that. I have Hatsune Miku, and then the third one is the second one is third one isn't my testing one. So that would mean, I just want to have Gore's head so I know that it's the testing one. Cool. Leave, yep. Cool. You look like you're ready for a 90s style rave with a diaper? Fuck yeah, bro. That's the vibe sometimes. Sometimes when I'm scared, I just need to be a diaper wearing baby that's ready for the rave in the 90s. Alright, there we go. That's all done. Alright, what do I want to work on now? I was starting on another model. I don't know if it's this file or not, though. I'm back. How's the work going? Good. We finished our video editing. Now I'm gonna test this guy. I'm working on this guy. Which I was told I need to make his body bigger. Got inspired by a model I saw on the internet. So that's where we're at. So now we're gonna try it. I think that's kind of cute. How to fix this though? I don't want triangles. Let's do this one. What you waiting for? Fuck yeah, I got a whip for mine. Just gotta add some captions. Nice. Fuck yeah. It's pretty close to the end stage, huh? It's good to hear. I'm proud of you for working hard. Don't forget to also take breaks if you haven't, though. Breaks are important. Oh my god, this is not, that was not 50. Please, 50. Even the head pad joker. This was not 50. It's fine. Indeed, I also got adapted to a TikTok version. Don't worry, I was playing the game for a bit until now. That's good, I'm glad. I hope the games were fun. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way. Nope. Connect. What? Yeah, I was playing this new game by Landfall Peak. Oh, are you talking about the game that you posted in the fridge? Because I do want to play that game with my friends. I'm very interested in the game. Oh, I need to check my email to see if... I want to see if... Glitch Banker sent their new thing in. Does that not go to this email? Does that go to my other email? Oh. Damn. Huh. There we go. I had fun every time, I had a fun time even when I died with my buddies climbing the mountain. That's good. That's good. That's a great game then. Because it feels like you could die a lot in that game. There we go. Beautiful looks better. I gotta fix the angle of the foot because I don't like it. There we go. D, DX, nope. -1. And boop. These arms like go up a little bit higher. Hello, friend. How goes it? It goes good. It goes good. It's a really silly game. Landfall makes some good stuff. Fuck yeah. What other games do they make? Let me see. Let me see. Landfall. What games? Oh, they were the ones that did content warning. Oh my god! Thank you for the biddies! Yay! Thank you! Thank you. Oh, they also did Tabs, Totally Accurate Battleground. Oh, and they did Stick Fight. Oh, you're right. They do a lot of good games. Good games. I haven't played Rounds, but that one looks fun. Oh, they did Cluster Truck? Damn. Or they published Cluster Truck? That's cool. That's cool. Oh my god, wait, is this the game I think it is? I've always wanted to play Nightfall. Nightfall looks fun. That's cool. I didn't know they published that much stuff. Just making sure this is all good. This is doll. And then I'm gonna get Biff stuff, and I'm gonna see if I can merge them. Same, I always wanted to be a knight in love with my homie. Exactly, bro. See, you get it. You get it, you get it. New folder, this is the plushies. So I got a file, save scene as. Yeah, they have done a lot of fun games with that engine. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Plush base. I need to fix stuff. So this is the head. This is foot left. Arm left. Sound like the perfect TikTok of the same exact thing. Excuse me? Excusez-moi. I'm excited to watch it tomorrow. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. UV editor. UV camera based. Make it darker. And then we're gonna cut it here. UV camera based. Let's do that for all of them. There. And then here. And for these ones, I could just do it there. In the middle. Kind of don't want to do it in the middle, though. I want to do it like this. And then like this. Not like that. They're also making another game where you run around at full speed through the terrain doing parkour stuff. Oh, that sounds fun as fuck. That sounds fun as fuck. What the fuck? Alright, UV show. Optimize. Unfold. Cut. Move and so. Okay, that's what I thought. Do the face. UV. Oh, what's this one? ZZ. It's a leaving that's hot on. No way, ZZ. No way, ZZ. It's a leaving that's hot on. No ZZ. How wife? How's working? Good. I'm just chilling and doing art, so it doesn't feel like too much work, honestly. Layout UVs. Ugh, I don't like the way this sits. The back of the head's really not gonna matter all that much. Alright. Yeah, I think it's called Haste. I'll post it on Discord. Thank you. Let me see. Oh, it's this game. I think I saw a super, like, rough version of this game. That's cool. That's cool. I'm excited for that to come out, too. I'm also doing art. How is art going, Pookie? I don't think I like how this sits. This is the Adult Swim song. I just realized that. They started with the little red guy and then modeled actual characters. Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing that. It's easy. It's the leaving that's hot on. Run your ways easy. Your ways easy. It's the leaving that's hot on. I loved when TikTok did the Adult Swim fucking trends. Those were great. There we go. okay. I think that's fine. I say as I look at that and instantly regret what I said. Color new. Yippee! Yippee! Is that correct? What she wants is another baby. All that she wants is another baby. All that she wants. This is also a TikTok trending song right now. All that she wants is another baby. Go. I just don't like how tangled this is. I would not model like this. All that she wants is another baby. All that she wants. Yep, that's what I was curious about. The front side is fine. That all makes sense. This back side's still fucked up, so why? Why are you like this? What you want is the baby. What you want? Okay, what if I connected this to this? And then removed this guy. And this guy. And I fixed the rest of it up. Is it fine now? Maybe? Maybe? Almost? Almost? Oh my gosh. Oh. Wait, where do you go? Nowhere. Okay, where do you go? Up and around? Oh god. Okay, let's remove you. Same with you, you, and you. Now this should just go around. Oh, well, not if I do that. Not if I... Oh, fucking Christ. Not if I disconnect it. Okay. Now this should go around. Yes. And then this one, this one, okay. This one. And then this one, and this one. This one, this one. This one, and this one. Now this can be fixed. This can be fixed. This one is all wonky. Okay, I see. So instead of doing this, if I go from here to actually, if I don't do that, it'll be fine too. Cool. Hog. That looks way better than that one. Poggin. And then I just negative one. No, negative one. No, negative one. And I just make this the left arm. What are you? Oh, that was an accident. Caught it. Save. Save. UV editor. UV shell. Layout. Unfold. Layout. And then Windows rendering hypershade. This is flush. Save. Okay. And now I'm going to import. Boop, 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 boop. Video edit. Nope. Exports. Oh my god, I made him too big. What? What? Why are these all locked? Unlock. Okay. Delete. Delete. This one. And then the bit flush is the one I want. Oop. Okay, so I want to steal Biff's hair. Oh, separate it. Hide this. Kind of want to keep the scarf. Let's have it down and then bring these sides and then bring them up. Maybe up just a little more, maybe? Yeah. And then none of that, none of that. Oh my god, and then I had this little tiny thing. Oh my god. I did not know I did this. I did not remember that I did that, but it makes sense. See nothing. I don't want to push that in more. Oh, reset. Nope, nope. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you. X. Am I sure I don't want the jacket? The jacket's a whole thing. I don't want the jacket. So if I do the jacket, that's a whole ass thing. What if I just get the body of it, though? I just found out one of my favorite comic creators is a VTuber. Let's go. That's sick. That's cool as fuck. I want to do it. All right. So like this. flare the bottom out a bit. I gotta bring this. Oop, what? Bring this down a bit. What did we? What the fuck did I do for the other one? I think I did this. That's like a lot, isn't it? That's too much. Yeah, kind of. It's like fix that. Impossible to fix. And then I would just thicken it up a bit on the inside, I think. Make it a bit bigger on the outside so it doesn't flip. Invert it. Take this off. This is gonna blow the shit out of me. So we gotta do this way, this way, this way. Actually, why don't I just do this one? That would have made way more sense. Whoops. What? You do the thing. You do the thing when I tell you to do the thing. This one, this one. Oh, wait, not that guy. None of this. There we go. Now we will do that. Sometimes better with you. Smooth it out with this guy. This feels awfully uneven somehow. How is this so uneven? Object X. And then we merge it. Nice. Nice. And then we got the tail. We can just smooth this. And now I gotta just steal her her whole head. Except, well, not her whole head, just most of her head. I can't believe I made all this hair. Honestly. Like, I was on some cracked shit when I was doing this. And just fit the hair on here. Almost. Basically. Back a bit. Fuck yeah, look at that. That actually worked out great. Windows, rendering, hypershade, assign. Look at his beef.
Hello, beef.
I made beef.
You
I think
smell like beef.
she look how cute. She thinks this is actually really good.
That's good.
I just gotta fix the hair a bit, and I think I'll texture her. Thank you for dinner. Nom nom nom. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy that this worked out in the way that it did. I'm gonna combine this just so I can. We need to do song selection volume. There we go. And I gotta pull this back. And this. And then right here. Woo! Hee. Ah, hot. Ow. I didn't blow on my food. I burnt the tip of my tongue. Let's watch a video. Let's take a break and watch a video. What's for dinner? It is stir-fry noodles. I guess a foot-long taco dog is what we're gonna watch. It's a 5-minute video. Yum, yeah, it's really good. Oh, what do you want? Huey, is this a person? Is this the person? I'm just gonna drop a follow and then. Have fun in meeting. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he's gonna make this fancy, but, like... Okay. That's crazy. He's making his own hot dogs? What? What? Yeah, I guess he's sick, and right now he's down on himself, so he's not doing as well on TikTok, so his chat is hyping him up. Oh. 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 What comics? What comics did they make? Mythed up? Ooh. I'm sorry. I feel bad that they're not doing great. Maybe we'll raid into them if they're still streaming after we're done. To be honest, making your own hot dogs is un-American. Okay. Mythed up my goat. Well, that's the creator of it, so go follow him. Oh, that's the wrong email. I don't know that ticked out. Overnight. That's valid. Sorry, I just want to turn on my fan. Oh, okay. Dude, this is like carnival food. Wow. Damn. Damn. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Damn, that actually looks kind of good. It's like it's like a carnival food. Yes, my favorite one is him doing Jake's sandwich, which we'll watch because I'm not done with my dinner. I can't believe he's sponsored by Geico. Babish Adventure Time sandwich. I want Pixels to make the sandwich for me someday. Oh. I said I'm not done with my dinner, so we'll watch this, but I'm actually kind of full. Have you ever seen the Barbarian videos? Yes, I have. I love the Barbarian videos. Me and my friend Body watch them all the time. I love it when he puts a lich on his back. It's just a shock factor, honestly. A bird from the window. That's crazy. I love that guy. Yeah. Have you watched Tasting History? I don't think so. Tasting History. Oh, yes! I actually was watching one of their videos today. I was watching, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I didn't finish it, though. I was watching this one. The Victorian Sugar Plums. This is a 20-minute video, so I'm gonna do art while we listen to this, okay? I'll pop it out for you guys. We can have a STEM video. It's cool to learn about food history. It is. I hate that sugar plums aren't real plums, though. Makes it, I'm gonna be honest, it kind of makes me upset. I believe that, you fucking nerd. Oh, I didn't even. Fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Alright, I have to move stuff. What? Just like me for real, for real. No, you, no! No, I'm not a nerd! You can't do it! You can, no! Y'all type history. Why is this not laying out the UVs nicely? Oh, it's because of that. Okay. Oh shit, lol. I learned about cherries last night. I was watching a TikTok about cherries. I didn't know there was multiple types of cherries, to be honest. Okay, I had to put this like on this side. Sorry. What the fuck? There you go. Should we put this on the again? What the fuck? Oh. The panning machine. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This shit makes me want to fall asleep. It's very relaxing. But I'm not gonna take away your stim video just because I'm too relaxed. I'm gonna dream about food. Fuck yeah, dream about food. That's the best. What the fuck is this? This is... Check it. This is a tail. Oh my god. Huh? In this. Why do they... Sorry. I didn't think about it. I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking about it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking about it. I'm so sorry. Teehee. Teehee. Tee. We're back to the video. Cries. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? Are you working on Biff? I've been popping in and out while working. Are you doing Biff? I am doing Biff. I'm remaking Biff, my Biff plush. Why did it do that? Always. It's really just the ambient occlusion. What the fuck? What do you mean? Why? That makes sense. Why is this weird? What the fuck? What is happening? What the fuck? Why is this being stupid? You're exactly the same badge, please. You motherfucker. Why? What? What? Oh. Unpaid? Okay, Andy. Like a mint. Oh. Comfort. What the fuck? God damn it. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's because I merged it. It's because I merged it. I don't like that they call them words. Oh. Oh, this is dumb. Hmm. 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 No, that's valid. I'm gonna be honest. I was about to fall asleep. That was making me very eepy. That's fine. Bless you, thank you. Pasta. Pasta. So if I gave this one a new UV set. Zero. Yes. What is happening? The fuck? What? Okie dokie. I'll just take this out. this Biff. And then, and now when I import it, it should be okay. Oh, I should actually, evolve it. There we go. Maybe. God damn, that took like forever. Oh fuck, wait, save. If. Furniture. I'm gonna create a smart material for the AO. Okay, where is it? Why can't I make it? White mask, bit mask, and colors. Why can't I create? Okay, because it has to be that. Wait, so is this the normal? Okay, so this is stylized AO. Creates my material. Okay, file over recent. If discard. I'll delete this guy. I'll look for stylized AO. Mesh brush. And I'll just lower it a bit more. There we go. I kind of want to blur it more. There we go. Now I need a picture of Biff. Base will be this color. And then we'll do hair. Is this color. And we'll take the objects. Oh, I missed one. I need to make it like a bald cap, I think. So let's do that. Ooh. I think that's good. And then put that there and there. There we go. Oh, and then the front of the hair, that's right. There. Do you remember? 1, 2. Okay. Oh, it's one too many. There we go. And then cloak. Cloak. Oh. Cloak. it would be this object. And then, like, and then we take the faces and we turn them off. There we go. 2, 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I bad at counting? I think I'm bad at counting. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the backside doesn't have as many. Interesting. But yet I got both sides right. Cool. Today now. Kind of want to do like one of these numbers, so that way it can go into coordinates. Like this, and then we just make the size smaller. I can't type. Blackness. And then the pant. Black mask. Music, white boy. Be that funky music night. Be that funky music, white boy. Oh, it is a little different. So then, not add a fill, add a black mask. And then this one to this one. Damn, Steve recommended some dog shit sometimes. Yep. Yep. I can't disagree with you on that one, buddy. You do kind of be rank sometimes. Cool. And now I gotta do her eyes. Add a black mask, add a fill. Let's do circle, circle. Boop. Repeat none. That is like not even whatsoever, and that is annoying. How am I supposed to get it even? Is I guess if I show mesh wireframe. Go away. Go away. I said go away. Jeez. Okay, so like right there, I think. Face and black mask. My daydreaming fixation today has led me to writing notes for a long titled light novel story. What's it called? I am intrigued. What is it called? Meow. Meow. Is this what I want? Wow, that tells me a lot, honestly. Is this cute? Being an empire with my production type cheat skill? Whoa. Maybe circular eyes are cuter? Maybe circular eyes are like better though? I really should have like made this. I kind of like her forehead looks so fucking big though. Okay, I gotta fix the forehead. I thought the forehead would be fine, but the forehead's just too big. Wait. Combine. Forehead so fucking big. Huh? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I did not. Did I really do that? Ooh, son of a bitch. I did. Shit. Alright, let me fix it. Oh, I have to select everything. And I will do a magic trick, and I will make 2 biff. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now I split it, and now I take this part, and I Wait, can I like just wait? Just rotate the hair. And that's better. Magic wig, yep. I think that's better. Fine. Oh, don't center grip it. Yep. Should I put the eyes here? I mean, that's kind of cute though. Like, honestly, that's kind of cute though. Why do these arms seem off? Are these arms off? They are. What the fuck? Oh, things are just really not centered. Oh my god. Oh no. It's okay. Ish. Soft selection by surface. Something. Right now, how is it looking? Not bad. Oh god damn it! I forgot all the hair doesn't do that. It does this. Take this one. Boop, boop, boop. Dude, I just remembered where I left off in Ginny and Georgia last night, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep watching because it's stressful. It's just a little stressful. I'm excited to watch more though. Should be only a few points. Yeah, like 2 points. There you go. There you go. Okay. History, freeze, export. Yep. There we go. Looking at me. Look at PNG. Look at me. Look at PNG. Meep. Meep, meep, meep. Meep, meep, meep. Wrong thing. Ooh, wrong thing again. Alright, I have to bake it again. Yes. Ah! I'm funny. I'm fun. Okay. Go back to base color. Well, the material in the base should be pretty rough because it's a plush. Yeah. Oh my god. I think I heard what I just heard. Cool. Tail. There you go. And now I'm trying to decide if I want to do half circles or not. Let's see. Circle. Excuse me. There's so much right now. There you go. So much right now. I do think I want this to move up though. Move it up. Yeah. Okay, so this one. Do I have a heart? Is there a heart in this? Yes, there is. Alright, I need the other color. The other skin color, cause my goblin got alopecia. I think that's what it's called. Fill. None. I want to make little feet hearts. Attributes, but there's nothing to rhyme. But maybe we make them just a little bit lighter. Because I'm what you need. But this is a guarantee. I'm gonna make them smaller. So cute. I wonder if it's because it's so smooth and it doesn't feel painterly that I don't like it, because that's very possible as well. I will deal with that in a minute. So cute. I think that's everything. I think the only other thing I would do is I would take this guy and I would do an invert. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Screen. No, I would take curvature. And then I would take an invert. Am I a liar? I think I might be a liar. Let's do a levels. Okay. And like, oh no, add a generator. Curvature. Let's try the thing I'm gonna do this manually. That's fucking stupid. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go and finalize Biff a bit offline, go watch some TV, hang out, relax a bit. and stylize up Biff. But we'll be back tomorrow. Is this person still streaming? This person is still streaming. So we're gonna go raid them. Harvesting Spice will. Oh, they're playing Dune. You did a good job today. Thank you. You did a good job today. You finished our chibi models. You finished the art of our achievement models. That's fucking awesome. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you guys a lot. My stomach also kind of feels weird, so there's that. But that's like.
Stay in the box. No! Stay in the box.
Stay in the box. That's oddly the same one we got yesterday, which I think is crazy. That is crazy that we got the same one yesterday and today. But I love you guys a lot. There's the raid message. If you'd like to use it, I'd appreciate it. If you don't have to. But it lets them know where you came from, and it means a lot to me. But I love you guys, and I will be back tomorrow. We're going to probably vibe a little bit, get set up for D&D, get into D&D, and then fucking do something. The milk bus is bringing the milk bubs. I like that. Wait, let's do that. Wait, the fuck? Let's do that. I don't know what my follower emotes are. Let's do this. I gotta make like a bus emote. I make a bus emote. There you go. If you want to use that, I'd be pogging. But I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great motherfucking night. I love you guys. Remember, be good, be great, and please be brave out there.